There we go. Yeah, just like that. Let's do face for now. Perfect. There we go. We are live. I can't remember the last time we went live. Was it Monday? No, was it Tuesday? Wednesday? I'm trying to check my calendar down there, but I'm honestly not remembering at all. But real quick, so my headset don't turn off. I need to put some audio through it. So we're gonna open up some Spotify and play some game soundtracks. Feel like, is there a specific game soundtrack that we should start with? It's a good question. There are some very, very good games out there with some very, very good soundtracks. Um, let's just shuffle it up. And that should be just fine. So there we go. Cool. So what we are going to do today, as you can probably tell from the video, first and foremost, taking it slow, just trying to wait for people to join up, because I know that people are probably going to be tuning in here soon enough. But what we're going to be doing today is making a custom mob entity. And now I have this idea for this this entity. It's going to be a nether-based mob. And hopefully it is really, really, really freaking cool. I did some research, and as far as I can tell, there's not really anything like it in Minecraft yet, especially like Minecraft mods or anything like that. So we're going to get going. Without further ado, let's go ahead and switch the view. We are in block bench right here. So we are going to make a GeckoLib animated model. It's an entity. Its project name is going to be the Soul Fire Sprite. And it's basically just going to be like a living soul fire flame that jumps around the soul fire, soul sand valleys. That's what they're called, right? Soul sand valleys. The mod ID of the mod this model is for. I mean, that would be ACES MCO overhaul. Is that like super necessary? Object ID. The registered ID of the object this model represents for exporting purposes. Let's put that there, and then we can do Soul Fire Sprite. There we go. I like this. Soul Fire Sprite, ACES MC overhaul. Boom, confirm. Let's go ahead and add a new group here. Rename this to Soul Fire Sprite. And it's pretty much all going to be like one entity, so I don't see the point in starting to add more like folders within here. Let's just go ahead and start adding some cubes. So I know that overall it's probably only going to be about a block tall, but let's start by making something like this. I think that's probably a good size for the base, right? 8 by 8. Let's call it. All right, let's duplicate, move it up by 2, come here, move this up by at least 2, right? Nah, we're gonna have to probably move this up by 8, huh? Yeah, now we're what, 10 pixels tall, so we've got 6 more pixels up above us to work with, and we're basically just gonna try and make this thing look like a little flame, that's like alive. Maybe we only want this to be 1 block or 1 pixel tall. Now we have 7 pixels above us to work with. I think that works pretty well. Let's take this one down here, duplicate it, move it all the way up here. There we go. And I think when it's up here, we can afford to make it a little bit taller. There we go. And then I'm going to duplicate that one more time, move it up again, move it in like this, and move it up. So it's a 4 by 4. Now that might be a little bit too much. That's a lot better. And then on top of that, we're gonna add some basic flat pixels so we can put some flame in there on top of it. And I think that's gonna look good. In fact, I might even consider bringing this stuff up because I'm thinking I want it to be a little bit taller than this. See, that looks a little bit better. Yeah, a nice rounded bottom, but I want to try and elongate that top. So let's maybe move this up here, move this up there, and then like that. Yeah, now it's a little bit longer. How high up are we coming at this point? This is what? 1, 9, 3, 4. Oh, gotcha. So at this point, we have broken a full block. So that is a single block tall. That would explain the weirdness with how it looked. So let's actually drop this down by one more. What happens if we move this down by one more? Not quite a fan. So let's just move it all back down to where it was. There we go. Now at this point, this is what? 1, 8, 3. So that's 12 pixels. 15 pixels. Gotcha. So this is actually going to be 1 pixel shorter than a full block tall, which I think works very well. And then I want to make it so that it has flame. But before we do that, let's actually just go ahead and paint this texture. So we're going to create a new texture here. And this is going to be called Soul Fire Sprite Texture. Confirm. Oh, and that's actually perfect. That's like almost exactly the color we want. Let's go ahead and pick this color and then paint bucket the element and just boom, boom, boom. There we go. I'd say that's not a bad start, but honestly, actually, now that I'm kind of thinking about it, we're not going to want that. We're going to want to come over here. You can see over here, this is where I was doing my research. Just trying to, first off, get like an idea of, you know, the shape that I wanted, something kind of like this, right? But in this color. And also just trying to see if there was anything like it already. And as far as I could tell, there wasn't any. Because even if I search Fire Demon or like something like that, you end up with, yeah, like different types of animals, not just like an actual living flame, right? Although this is actually a really cool weapon set right here. Maybe we can expand upon the soul armor that we've created. You know what? Now that I think about it, I think all of our netherite tier armors are just armor and don't have any tools. So maybe that's something we can work on. But for now, we're going to go to the RGB color picker here that I have pinned, and we're going to search Minecraft Soul Flame so we can get like a nice picture of the soul flame. There we go. Now, this obviously has all of the pictures. That's an animated texture, though, so that's probably not going to work, because what I want to do is copy and then paste, and then hopefully it pulls up here, but I'm not seeing it. Yeah, so if we maybe copy image and then control, okay, yeah, I think maybe it's because it's animated, right? So let's, this is animated too. I don't want an animated texture, although I know it is animated. We're gonna trust that this is close enough. Let's copy this image, and then, no, where do we gotta copy the link. I'm so silly. Copy link address. There we go. And then now, hopefully, it's not working. Okay, let's just go ahead and save this image. Save image as PNG. We're gonna save it in video game junk, Minecraft junk, mods, ACES MC, and we'll put it in the nether folder because that's what we're using it for. So we'll call it Soul Flame. There we go. That's just fine. Now we can come over here and then choose that file from, let's see, video game junk, Minecraft junk, mods, ACES MC, and then go to nether, choose that file. Finally, we have something to work with. Now, I'm thinking it's going to be best to start with a lighter color and work both ways. So we're not going to start with the lightest color in the world, but we're also not going to start with the darkest. I think this is probably a good middle ground, a little bit leaning more towards that lighter color. We can then copy and paste that in there, bucket fill, boom, boom, boom. Yeah, so this is looking a little bit more like Soulfire Flame. Let me go ahead and make sure that, yes, this right here is the front. And what we have to do on the front here is create like a little bit of a face. So I'm going to go back to the internet and search like fire face. I don't know, man. Okay, yeah, that's actually not bad. Okay, I get it. So I need to, you know, kind of pull some inspiration from here. and see what we can do to make this little thing. Like, I know what we could do. What's the guy from House Moving Castle? Calcifer? Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's just like an animated face that's drawn on. So that's not exactly what we're looking for. Let's see what we can do. Oh, whoa. Let's go back to here. And I'm going to pull a very dark color, near black. Something like this. Then we're going to draw it on. How do you get that, like, evil smile, right? Like, something like this. Yeah, see? He's up to something mischievous. Look at him. What about, like, something like this, huh? Yeah, something like that. Now, what we can do is we can dial this back a little bit. And try and blend it a little bit more. And I think, you know what? Even this color, I think, is already looking better. Yeah. And now what we're going to do is we're going to try and blend this texture to try and make it fit a little bit more. So we're going to take some lighter colors and put them in around the edges here, especially like this. And then we can also put some lighter colors in the pupils, or what would be the pupils here. And then let's not go too off the rails. Do a better job at blending this here. I think that is pretty good, at least for the blend directly on it. So let's color pick this color again, and then go much deeper with it. In fact, let's maybe come back over here to our RGB color picker and pick one of the darkest colors we can. Then Control C and Control V it into here. Oh, whoops. There we go. Just like that. And then we can take our little face here and try and kind of add some shadowing, some outline to it. That hopefully makes it look a little bit better. And I know right now it's going to look pretty rough, but so we're going to have to get a basic outline going and then texture it and shader it, just like we did the mouth there, except obviously we have a little bit more to color. So it's going to take a little bit more. Let's go something like this, right? And obviously these colors are going to change. I'm gonna whatchamacallit, filter them out and kind of make them get lighter as they go, and then maybe even get just a touch darker right around the lips and the eyes, right? Like something like this I think works pretty well. And then we're gonna want to go lighter for sure. And yeah, start just kind of texturing in the eyes and the face, and then we'll go a little bit lighter again and keep it going. And this is pretty much the process. If y'all have any questions, any recommendations, anything you'd like to see, thoughts, feelings, concerns, etc., please go ahead and pop those in the chat. Let's see. Oh, that's a bit darker, huh? A little bit too dark. So that's the question, right? You want to make it look like a natural gradient, but you can't just have it be straight. You do have to have a couple of light ones like this one right here. I think that looks good. But you also, oh, wow, look at the face up there. That's starting to look cool already. So hopefully once we get the rest of the texture in and the whole flame is various colors, that'll make it look a little bit better. Let's see here. So we need a little bit lighter of a texture, and I'm going to try and pepper that in along the edges out here. And then we can go even lighter still, and then pepper that in. Ooh, maybe even lighter still. Pepper that really in along these parts. There we go. So now that whole front is just a little bit darker. There we go. And then yeah, down here that's also going to want to be a little bit darker. There we go. Maybe we should have bucket elemented with this color. Let's go ahead and do that, because that seems to be the color we're working with. And we can change from element to face so that we can bucket these as well. All right, perfect. I think that's working a little bit better. And don't worry, we will definitely get a little bit lighter again. We're just going to have to work our way to it. So I think this is more or less okay. I'm going to color pick this, though, and maybe start moving it around into the various places that we have. That's almost too light. See, and that almost looks... See, this guy's almost happy, I feel like, when you look at him here. Maybe when he's on fire, he won't look so happy. That's why he just looks like a happy little guy. Like, I want... How do you make him look evil? Right? Like, evil face. Evil pixel face. I don't... How do you make an evil face? Okay. Yeah, I feel like that just looks like what I've got, right? Like, it's I'm not gonna say it's so bad, but it's not great. He looks too happy. He needs to look angry. Let's, no, now he's just concerned. I don't know. I just don't know. I think that's closer, but let's go even lighter with that touch up around the eyes, right? Now it's like he got a nose. Let me get rid of the nose part and maybe put something like this on there. And then we can go hopefully a little bit lighter. We're gonna be working with these eyes for just a minute, because that's the part that's really going to encapsulate and, you know, what people are first gonna think of when they see the mob and everything like that. So I think that's not too bad. I think all we have to do is go a little bit lighter like this and replace this part. And now it looks, yeah, a little bit angrier, right? He's got those tilted eyes. And I think up here it's also looking pretty good. So there we go. I think that is pretty good, and at least okay for the front. So let's go around and start peppering various dark spots in. So as far as how real flame goes, I guess let's just grab something like this color or something like this color. And I guess we can just kind of go out from the center down here and just kind of start creating like I guess what will hopefully resemble the natural pattern of a flame. But we shall see. So we're just gonna start doing some basic coloration here and whatnot. Start pulling it around like this, and then bring it in a little bit more. It almost looks like a watermelon, which is kind of funny. And then we can grab it like this, yeah, and bring it down again. Oh yeah, oh yeah. And don't worry, this is all just, I mean, I say temporary, it's not exactly temporary. It's all just to start. We're gonna touch it all up later. This is all just to give us like a basic outline, and we're gonna kind of come in here with some various textures and colors, and try and touch it up. So then we can come up here. There we go. And we've done this basically on all sides. It's not going to be perfectly symmetrical, but it's going to resemble symmetry. But I think that is like a decent start. Yeah, you can see up here we're starting to get a little bit more variation, a little bit more color. So let's take it a sizable step lighter and start shading in the areas around it. Start ruining the work that we did. Just kind of trying to, there we go. I think it's already looking lots and lots better. Just kind of peppering, clicking away, just whatever we feel like it kind of needs it, and just kind of darkening up the spots around it. And then it's not bad to just every now and then kind of pickle one or put one just arbitrarily, like kind of off, not near the darkness, because you get kind of peppery flakes like that in a flame. If you've ever really seen one, it's got a uniform color, but sometimes you get some little bits that are of a different color or something like that. So we can come in here, and anything we ruin too much and is like not looking good and needs fixed, we can always come in with the original color and fix it up. But it shouldn't be a problem. And this isn't going to be our full flame either. I'm still going to add a actual Soulfire texture, the vanilla one that exists in the game, around it. And I'll show you all how to do that as well. You just got to stay tuned. But I think we are good. If you any questions, comments, concerns, things like that, wondering what programs I'm using to do this or how to make your own mods, feel free to drop those in the chat. I'd be more than happy to help y'all out with your own modding endeavors. So let's keep it going just like so. And I think that's looking pretty good. I'm kind of intentionally not tackling the front from a head-on perspective. I've learned over the years that if you tackle it from a head-on perspective, it's going to limit the way you view it, and it's usually best to do it from like a weird angle and then check it from the head-on perspective instead of doing it from the head-on and then checking it from a weird angle. So that's a lot better, and you can see up here we've already started to get more texture going. And yeah, I'd say from the front, this is almost fine. Like this, like with having this lighter shade come right through here, I think I'm probably actually going to keep that. I really enjoy this so far. It's a little bit too crowded, a little bit too sporadic, especially down here. But I think we can mellow that out and fix it. So let's take these lighter colors, really try and have them outline and come around the edges of the face here. Yeah, and then maybe we can even have it do something like this so that there's not really much of a nose. We're going to want a slightly darker color than we're using now, but a slightly lighter color than we have. So something like this. And that should hopefully lighten up that central face area and give us that, you know, kind of shape texture that we want. We're going to do a really light one here. And just pepper that in right there, pepper that in there. And I'd say that is already looking a little bit better for the face. Now we can take some of these better colors and just pepper them in here. That's going to be even more diversity, even more breaking up the monotony, even more texture, some stuff to draw the eye, which I think should hopefully look really good. Yeah, darkening that up's definitely a go. And we're gonna want to lighten this stuff, and lighten means, yeah, making it a little bit lighter, obviously. So there we go. I think that is already a little bit better. And we're gonna pretty much just be doing this over and over again, all around the texture until we get it looking the way we want it to. I'm gonna break up this crazy monotony. I think on the bottom, it's gonna have to look kind of wild but also makes sense. So that's going to be a really hard balance to strike, but we will work on it. And if we never get it perfect, that's not a huge problem because most people aren't going to see mobs and their textures from under from the bottoms, but it is still important that we do it because of course you can always put mobs on top of big glass fences or big glass walkways, and then of course you can see right up their skirt and see that bottom texture very clearly. So just in case people are putting their mobs and trapping them on glass, of course, we have to do that bottom texture. We can't just leave it undone. It's going to look really bad. So let's keep doing stuff like this. And as we run out of space, I'm going to get more and more picky with where I choose to put my color. So you can see most of the space now is occupied. We don't have many open spaces at all to just kind of pepper color in. Not without overwriting some of the work we've already done. So we're going to, keeping that in mind, we're going to continue to add color. Honestly, I think this side's looking really good. You get that nice flame shape outlined by the darkness. Then you get that lightness in there. But I think I want some even lighter colors cutting through the very center that you see just every so often, every now and then. So we're going to be very particular with where we choose to put this color, this super light, and see how it looks. So here's a great side to just kind of start putting super light in. There we go. And then we can do it again here. I can see this top ring, especially right here. Looks like we've forgotten it, neglected it a little bit when we were doing some of our other colors. So we're going to come in here and add some of the other colors, even though we're not on that yet, and just because it looks a little bit better. There we go. I think that fixes that ring up a little bit. Now we're going to grab that lightest color we've been working with again. And look at this. Over here, you can really see that texture start to come together. You still got those big patches of blue, and that is where our blocks meet together. So if I took this cube and I moved it out, of course, you'd have a big patch of blue here and a big patch of blue here, big patch of blue. You can see exactly what I'm talking about. Now, when we give the model an animation, that might be tricky. That might actually be very important. That behaves that way because these blocks might start moving apart, creating gaps, and you can then see that texture. And then that's something we're going to have to work on. We're going to have to tweak, make sure that that texture in there is, textured and looks good. But until that point, we really can't. So I think this is okay. It is quite busy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and blend it a little bit more. So let's go lighter. And in these lighter areas, I'm gonna make the flame look just a touch lighter whenever it reaches or touches lighter spots. And I think that will probably help. It's also going to get lighter as it goes up to the tippy top, because the top of the flame is going to be the lightest, even though it does technically burn the hottest. So that looks good to me. That's a little bit better of a blend job. And then we can come down here and really work on it, because the bottom is not looking super great. And then come up like this, something like that. Take this and just kind of mix up that texture a little bit. Then go in like that. There we go. That's looking better already. And we've already done these sides, so let's just touch up this side right here. There we go. There we go. Now, I'm going to take some of the other colors around it and just try and continue to blend. Because right now it's just looking a little bit too crazy for my liking. A little bit too much just random color all over the place. I want a little bit more of a through line. So let's go like here and maybe put that there. And then we can go here and, oh, it's going to be too much. Just like this. Just start lightening up these colors. That's almost way too much. So let me go here, put that here and here. And here for that matter, because as far as I'm concerned, this like corner does not need to be dark. In fact, it doesn't really make any sense for it to be dark. But we don't want to make it too light. In fact, we probably want to bring this up like this, and then we can bring some light into here. There we go. I think that's already looking a little bit better, but that's too monotonous, too bland. So let's break up that monotony by trying to put in some varying color. There we go. Let's see if we can't do something like this. Wow, looks so different when you put it like over there. Well, let's do it and make it just a touch darker, huh? And then we can go here, yeah, and here. And then that is really helping to blend even more. So we can go stuff like this. There we go. And we're getting rid of some of that harsh contrast. It's really starting to blend a little bit better. The contrast isn't so sharp that the texture just looks like it's craziness and it's hard to follow. But it's still blended with that's for certain. I like this front. I like this let's go ahead and do some more blending on this side. And in fact, I would dare say that this side's pretty good for the blending. But never hurts. The more detail, the more painstakingly you stare at your texture, and the more you're willing to change it up and continue to add things to it, and continue to work on it, it's probably going to continue to get better and better as you just keep working on it. Especially if you could, especially if you're just very focused, you've got a lot of detail and you're paying close attention. If you're just kind of spamming stuff around at this point, your texture's probably only going to get worse. We are far past the just spam it around, click it, just get it on there, and it'll look okay. We are at this point trying to make sure that we get some specific patterns, some specific colorations. Look at this right here. I love the way that one is looking. So then we can go something like this. There we go. And try and make this one look a little bit better. Yeah, we need to lighten it up for sure. And I think that already made this look leagues better. Now we got to come over here and do the same. So we can do some more lightening here. I'm actually going to pull these dark parts out, and not pull them out of the texture entirely, but just kind of pull them sideways, pull them out and give us more room in the center up here to work with, so we can kind of then lighten up that texture there, and then we need to blend it a little bit more like that, just to make it look right, and then we can go like this. And there we go. That's already looking much better. Let's go back to the edit page. And I think seeing this little guy hop around the nether is going to be kind of freaky, kind of scary. So let's go ahead and save this texture for now. We'll save it in video game junk, Minecraft junk, mods, ACES MC overhaul, nether. It can go in the entities, soul, fire, sprite, texture. There we go. I think that's pretty good. The only thing we have to add, yo, Cryoman, what's up, dude? I still have not fixed my stupid text not showing up on the chat. That's ridiculous. So I'm sorry if you've been waiting for a bit. What's up? I'm back. Woo, hey, what's up, dude? We're adding another entity to the mod. This is for the ACES Nether overhaul part of the mod. This is going to be like a living Soulfire sprite. I think, yeah, the name up here is Soulfire Sprite. And the idea is that these will spawn in the Soul Sand Valleys. They'll kind of hop around and do their own thing. Hopefully they're very cute, but still kind of dangerous. That's what I'm going for. I've also... Ooh, whoops. Let me move this to the center here. There we go. I've also got some ideas for its animations and how I want the animations to look. So hopefully it is very cute, but still very deadly. So we need, what, a 45 degree angle here, right? 45, just like that. And then we can scale it. So we need to go to the resize here. Looks like a wisp. That's pretty much exactly what it's supposed to look like. Yeah, like a little fire wisp, right? Actually, I'm assuming, have you ever played Ori and the Will of the Wisps? Or Ori and the Blind Forest? I opened it. I never really got into it. But, yeah. This is a very cool game. I love the art style in it, at the very least. Let's go here. Make this bigger. Can I... That's weird. But it doesn't really matter to me. Oh, I see. So this needs its own texture. So we're going to pull out the vanilla fire textures again, so we can get that soulfire flame texture. I said I have played Will of the Wisps, but not the Blind Forest. Gotcha. Isn't Will of the Wisps the sequel to the Blind Forest? Or is it the prequel? I know one of them is the sequel, one of them's the prequel. I was under the impression Will of the Wisps was the sequel, which is, I'm also pretty sure that it doesn't matter what order you play that game in. You can kind of play it in either order, I'm pretty sure, but... Anyways, let's go in here, go in here, open with WinRAR. Assets, Minecraft. It's got to be in textures, right? Is it a block texture? Is Soulfire a block texture? That seems weird to me, right? Yeah, Soulfire. Yeah, and it is indeed animated, which makes sense. Gotcha. So why is there multiple? Oh, okay. Gotcha, gotcha. Okay, which one? Whoa. What happened? Why did it close? That was weird. Okay, I guess we gotta open it up again. Yeah, Will of the Wisps is the second. I just never got to play the first one. Ah, fair enough. That is fair. Textures. I never even tried to play the Blind Forest. I did play like the first few missions of Will of the Wisps, and then I was told it was the second one. I was like, oh, well, I'll play the other one first, and then I just never did. So, oh, where was it? Blocks. Yeah, Blocks. Soul Sand. Soul Fire. What's the best way to do this? Probably just by dropping in a basic texture for now. Let me drop it onto my desktop, because that seems to work better. Drop it on my desktop. There we go. Now we can close this. Hopefully we can close that. And then from my desktop, let's drop it onto here. There we go. Full size. Can I not use multiple textures anymore? What the actual heck? Yeah, okay. I get that. I want to add something with a different texture. Can I do that, please? How about now? No! What the heck? What the heck? Anyone watching have any idea what's going on here? This has to be a recent update to Blockbench. I'm pretty sure I 100% Will of the Wisp wants on the Switch. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. I love 100% in games, although I don't do it that often because I'm kind of a, like, quitter. So, let's move this pixel up. I know it's arbitrary, but let's move it up real quick. Let's move this one over here. I think that's going to look better. No, it actually looks much worse. How do we do that? How did we make it look that much worse so quickly? Let's grab something like this, and let's pepper that in here. This needs to be a touch darker. Even darker. Grab that. That's gonna be the same color, isn't it? Nope, but we can put it up there. All right, I'd say that's good. I am never gonna be completely happy with this, but whatever. Nope, I couldn't figure it out either. Yeah, so here's the weird thing, right? I have this. I made this like a few days ago. I mean, it was longer than that. But I didn't make this all that long ago. And look, it's got two different textures. Maybe it's because it's an entity. I bet you anything that's what it is. It's because it's an entity. Oh, goodness. Entities all need the same texture, probably. Let's see if I can't Google that real quick. Block, bench, multiple textures per entity. I'm in images still. Yeah, I'm almost positive it's because it is an entity. So is it possible to have an animated texture? Block bench animated textures? Hmm. Oh, interesting. Here it is. But it won't let me edit that. Huh. Oh, what the heck did I just do? Okay. So it is now animated, it seems. How do I... Let me save. And then... Pixlr. Open image. Soulfire sprite. Open. There we are. Okay. So, what I need to do... Percent app data percent. This is going to be a whole pain in the butt that I did not think it was going to be, but let's see if we can't do it because it could be very, very cool. Let's do 121.3. Open with WinRAR. And we don't need this. And we don't need this. Let me go assets, Minecraft, blocks, right? Textures, block, Soulflame, Soulfire. Now, if I look at this, this is clearly like 20 frames. 16 by 512. 512 divided by 16 is... Where's the division? Where's my... There it is. 32. Wow. 32 whole frames. Dang. Okay, so we are not going to put in 32 frames for this texture, although I might see if I can do some basic texture animation, because that could be cool. Just make a GeckoLib animated model. That's exactly what it is already. The animated model applies to like physical animation of the entity, not animation of the texture of the entity. It already is an animated model right here. If I go to File, Project, you can see right here it is a GeckoLib animated. So under Paint, we are then going to flipbook animation here. Frames per second. Should be 20, right? That's what the ticks are in Minecraft. No, it'd be like 1, wouldn't it? No. What are the frames? How fast does the animation change on... how fast does the animation change on generic Minecraft? Is it every second? Is it... Oh, gosh. Now I'm confusing myself. Anyways, let's... Number of frames is going to have to be 32. Why will it not let me go above 3? Let's close this. This is being weird. Confirm. Holy. All right. Now we should be able to open up the flip book, and yeah, there's 32 whole little devils here. So let's go ahead and apply that. Save. Then let's go to the internet and home. We can go ahead and delete this. And then open image, Soulfire Sprite, open. And then now hopefully we can delete this. But hopefully we can drop, I don't know which one I preferred. Are they like the same? What is the difference between these? I don't know. Let's go with this one though. I like this one. Now we're going to drag that and drop that into here, add current. There we go. Oh goodness, I think I understand exactly what I have to do, and it is gonna be an absolute ton of work. Let's copy this layer and then crop it. How do we crop? Probably over here. No, that's gonna be the whole image. How do I crop just this? Ah, crap. This is actually gonna be like ridiculous, isn't it? Okay, let me open this. And then let me try cropping it. Can I edit this? Oh, goodness. Edit. Here we are. Crop. Dude, what the heck? Dude, what the actual heck? Crop. Why will you not crop, huh? What the heck? Okay. No, I just want 1-to-1. There we go. Okay. I think we figured it out. So we're going to have to scroll all the way up. Second structure added to your mod? Oh, whoops. There we go. There we go. Perfect. Now we're going to have to save as. ACES MC overhaul, nether, entities. Soulfire 1. And if I can't copy, I'm going to try and copy that. There we go. Save. Now we can close this. Where it's... And then edit this again. Oh, wow. This is a lot of work. Especially because I can't tell which one's the top. Like, I'm going to have to scroll all the way up, like, every time, aren't I? Save as, copy. Soulfire 0 work. 2. We're gonna have to do 32 of these. Yeah, XD, that's nice. What type of structure is it? Or like, where does it spawn? What does it do? Tell me about it. Why did the picture close all of a sudden? What the heck? This is so annoying. Okay, so that's 3. And then can I scroll up already, and will that fix it? It probably won't, will it? Nope. This is so obnoxious. Oh, Kramen says, remember the little shroomy dude? There's a village for them, and I'll try to make it so that if you click one of the houses with an item, with item X, okay, I'm assuming it's an item you just haven't made yet, it spawns a shroomy trader that trades some stuff, but I still got to figure out how to do that. Dude, that's so cool. That's awesome, man. I actually have some like mushroom ideas I want to do with my mod that are inspired by the mushroom islands, but I'm nowhere near it. I've got a lot of work to do before now and then. Maybe we'll do it as part of this update, but we'll see. This is 4, right? Gosh, this sucks. This sucks. Oh, this sucks so much. Two, 3, 4. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'll tell you what. I have an idea. I have an idea that will hopefully speed things up. Let's open another pixeler. And this is what we're looking for. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's going to speed things up. There we go. So that's 1. That's 2. That's 3. That's 4. And this is 5, the one we're on right now. So let's go ahead and file, save. This is going to have to go in video game junk, Minecraft junk, mods, ACES MCO overhaul, ACES Nether, entities, Soulflame, boom, Soulfire 5. Save. We're getting there, one texture at a time. Kramen says the current problem is the inability of adding trade interfaces to mobs that aren't villagers. Okay, I've actually never messed around with that at all in any way. Whether that be the like add villager thing or add like something else. So like for example, if you just had like hard coded when you right click on this entity, it opens XGY. Does that work? And then you can like build your own trade interface from there, maybe? That could be a lot of code and a lot of logic. Pretty hard to do though. Is this 5 or 6? Looks like 5. Maybe you could just make it as a villager, and then is there an option to give it its own model and its own texture if you make it as a villager? And if you make it as a villager, would it spawn in certain villages already? Like, I could definitely see that being a problem. That is, yeah, actually thinking about that, that really could be a problem. So like, what if I wanted to add a wandering trader? Could I do that on mCreator, as to your knowledge? Like, because then it's not a villager, but it's still a trader, right? Like, what if I wanted to add like a mercenary who spawned out in the world like the wandering trader, but you could trade with them like the wandering trader? Interesting. I don't know if you know about that, but yeah, you're saying you got to make your own GUI for this, and that's brutal, dude. It's probably just as much manual labor as what I'm doing right now, man. Just a lot, but I don't know if it's a lot of the same old, at least, you know. It's at the very least probably going to be something different every time, you know. You're solving problems, you're thinking intuitively, but that could be even worse than just copy paste, depending on who you are, you know. Let's go here. File, save. We don't need this. We just need to sign in. Yeah. There we go. Okay, let me go into the folders, open this. I think 5 and 6 are the same. I think I did a boo-boo. Because that's 5. That's 6. It looks like the exact same. I can't tell at all. Carmen says, I don't think so. I'm probably talking about the Wandering Trader, as if you can't just make a Wandering Trader, you probably have to code it hardcore. Maybe I just won't. I have to. And I still got to make the taco. Dude, that's brutal. So much work to be done. Let's... Oh, gosh, now I'm double checking. Okay, that's 1. Let me do view extra large icons so that I can get these as big as possible. That's 1. That's 2, right? Which, yeah, that looks to be 2, right? Oh gosh, hang on. Let's restart because I'm not confident that I've done this right. That's 1. That's definitely what's here. Oh goodness, I'm gonna be overguessing and second guessing and overthinking all of this. Let's save PNG, fire 2, save. Save PNG, save as fire 3. File, save PNG, fire 4. File, save PNG, save as fire 5. What should the Shroomy Trader trade? It's a very interesting question. If it were me, I'd probably make it something like, I don't know if you've ever played Terraria, but there's a mushroom NPC in Terraria that you can unlock kind of late in the game, and he trades mushroom armor, mushroom tools, mushroom tools, armor, blocks, building materials. Like, that's like building out of mushrooms is an entire like type of material in Terraria. So I think to maybe bring that into Minecraft could be pretty cool. Obviously that blue mushroom block that the other guy drops, that would make a good block for him to trade. Maybe a small blue mushroom that could be bone mealed into a big blue mushroom tree or something like that. But blue mushroom tools and potentially blue mushroom armor could be the coolest idea. Let's do file, save, PNG, boom, 5. Oh, there it is. So that's 5, which means this is 6. Gotcha. File, save, PNG, fire, 6. Yeah, that's cool. And it's really turning away from the tasty plentiful right now. XD, yeah, that's definitely true. That's first off, I like the name Plentiful. I think that's a very creative, genius name. I think it's great, perfect, honestly. And it not only gives you the room to expand. It not only just is more catchy and really makes you think, and is just just a better name, but also gives you the room to expand from just foods and crops to just plants in general, right? And just anything green, which I think is really cool. Something I will go ahead and let you know that I had forgotten about for the longest time is if you're going to be dealing mostly with plant material, it would make sense for that plant material to be compostable. So you may want to consider adding an item extension for most of your items that are mushroom related and making them compostable. here we go. File, save, PNG, save as, number 9. Then we can go to the next one. Save this one as number 10. File, save, PNG, save as, 11. $12. 13. 14. 15. 16. And just like that, we're halfway there. Woo! It's definitely, I mean, honestly, I'm super glad I figured out or thought about this way of doing it, because this is so much faster than what I was doing. And it's really going to save me a lot of time. That's 18. This is 19. It's still going to be an absolute ton of work, though, because this is only step number 1 for getting this texture. That's 19. This is going to be 20 then. Save as number 20. Carmen says, plentiful was something that came to mind while I was just not even really thinking. It was like, I have a lot of plants in my mod that doesn't really fit the tasty theme, so what about long thinking pause? And then like sometime plentiful just hit me in the head. Dude, that's cool. It's a great name. I'm a big fan of it, honestly. I think like I don't know, you say plentiful and it just seems like, oh yeah, you know, it sounds like create mod, you know what I mean? It just fits, right? I could definitely see it like just being like mainstream one day. Like, oh yeah, I'm down playing the plentiful mod, right? Like it's just, I don't know. It's just already so catchy. File, save, PNG, save as, 22. File, save, 23. File, save, save as, 24. File, come on. File, save. 25. Well, that would be cool, dude, wouldn't it? Maybe one day. I mean, most of the time, M-Creator mods don't ever go mainstream, and don't ever really catch on because they're optimized incredibly poorly. That's not really anything we can do. That's all on M-Creator. Hopefully, it improves over time, but there's always going to be limits to it, right? And it's always, if you know what you're doing, it's always going to be better to code it from scratch. It's just going to run better that way, unless you're just really bad at coding. But I don't see any problem with, if you just want to code, if you just want to like make some mods, you don't want to bother to learn code, I don't think it's a problem. I don't see any problem with using M-Creator. Make your mod, you know, use M-Creator. Just be aware of its limitations, right? 29 and 30. File, save, save as, number 30. 2 more to go. It's going to be the moment of truth right here. File, save, save as, 31. And this should be the last one. Yes, indeed. File, save, save as, 32. All right, and now we get to take all of these fire textures and drop them into this texture. Add current, it's going right there. Boom, just like that. Oh, wow. I'm gonna have some work ahead of me, aren't I? I'm gonna have to redo some of this texturing, aren't I? That's ridiculous. I don't want to do that, but I'm probably gonna have to, because it probably won't match right. Okay. Add current. It's going right there. Come on. 7. Eight. Ooh, we're gonna have to do 32 of these. That's so much fun. There we go. I'd say that's fine. Scroll down yet again. You can see my cat. He's feasting. There he is, eating food. Oh, he's a real poor boy. Oh, I love that guy so much. All right. What are we on? 8, 9? Can always count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Dude, what the heck? Dude, what the actual heck? There we go. That was weird as hell. All right. Number 9. There we go. I like this better. That's number 9. This is number 10. Okay, so here's the idea. The pickaxe has like stone breaking level, fair enough, so it can break iron. And it's a little slow, but also very durable because it's so squishy. I think that's fair. I would ask you, how difficult is it to come across these mushroom traders, right? Is it more feasible that they have iron? Because maybe it's a little unrealistic that, you know, mushrooms are as strong as iron. Although I will say they did just find a way to combine mushroom filaments with like stone. Like I think they like pretty much petrified, like flash petrified the mushrooms, and it turned out that it was harder than steel after doing that. So maybe these tools are made out of these flash petrified mushrooms, so it's harder than steel. Just saying, if it's really the like, oh well, that doesn't make sense, that's holding you up. But I would really do it based on rarity. How rare, how hard is it to come across and get these mushroom materials? Because if people already have iron tools and iron gear when they find these mushroom guys, and when they start getting this mushroom gear, then the mushroom gear is worthless and they're just never going to use it. It's kind of like chainmail armor right now, right? Like, unless I find chainmail early game, the only use is that it's rare, and it's not even really that rare. So chainmail is pretty much terrible and completely useless in basic Minecraft, at least in my opinion. So something to keep in mind. Balancing is usually the hardest part of any game. So there we go. And we're almost halfway done with this step now. Well, you can trade them, so it really depends on if you found a village of them. That makes sense. What is the trading cost, right? Do they trade emeralds? Like, do you have to give them emeralds, or do you have to give them diamonds? Because then it's incredibly rare, right? But if you're just giving them grass seeds or other mushrooms, then you're right. That's super cheap. I think stone is completely fair. Okay, that's 20. 21. 22. 23. 24. 25. We are getting close. All right, that's 25. Scroll down again. Too far. It's always too far, isn't it? Let me move this up. Let me move this down because now we need it down here. Well, I'd say like some of the blue mushrooms, like 5 maybe. So you first have to kill some, but it's 100% possible. And I could make it as strong as iron so it can mine diamonds. And I could always add an ability to it. Oh, that would be cool. That'd be a good way to like balance it out. Like, you know, gold is only wood tier, but it mines incredibly quickly. So I think that high durability thing makes sense, and maybe leave it at stone tier. But I don't know, right? Because, like, personally, if it were me, I would probably want these tools to replace iron. Because if they just don't, if they're less than iron, then you either need to make iron harder to get so that there's more incentive to make stone-type tools and more reason to use them for longer. Or you need to give it some sort of special ability that only it has, or something like that. Like, like perhaps the mushroom tools can mine mushroom blocks without having silk touch, and it still drops the block, right? So now, you know, before I got silk touch, I can go get mushroom blocks. That's a pretty cool feature, but I don't know. Abilities like that could potentially fit if you're not sold on just, yes, I want this to replace iron in like mid game before you get diamonds and enchantments. Then I would probably try and give them special abilities that only they have. Well, that would work for the axe. That probably would work really well for the axe. Maybe you could add other mushroom things, like a mushroom ore or something like that. And if you mine it with the mushroom pickaxe, it gives you, like, more XP or more drops or maybe a special drop. Whereas if you just mine it with a regular pickaxe, it only gives you just, like, some basic mushrooms. Or it gives you, like, nothing. Or, I don't know. Just some ideas. Not that I would use those specifically, but just build on them, right? It's a jumping off point. All right, there we go. Current, just like that. Perfect. Scroll down again. 27. Pretty sure that is good. 28. 29. 30. There we go. 3 more. 2 more to go. 2 more. 2 more. 2 more. Add current. There we go. And the final one down here. Whoop. And there we go. Now we can file, save this texture. And we'll save it in here as Soulfire Sprite texture, save, yes, replace the one that's already there. Now we can go back into this texture. We can delete this, come in here. Did that automatically update? Hang on. Flipbook in. It did! That's so cool. Awesome. That's awesome. Saved. That's so cool. Gotta go for now. We'll be back later. All right, no problem, man. Thank you so much for stopping by. Hopefully we got this thing at least closer to being finished by the time you're back. Let's come here and let's try and do what we were doing earlier now. Let's go ahead and add a cube. we're going to want to move that Q boy upwards. And then make him bigger. So that can be flat. We can move this back to the center. We're gonna want it to come out probably at least to there, I would think. And at least to here. Right? Because if I drop that back down, that's pretty much perfectly bisected with the flame. But we can move this over here. Maybe I should have put it down here, huh? Hey, that actually works really well. -4, 0, -4. That does not seem to put it where I want it to be. There we go. So let's try -9.5 and -3.5. Didn't seem to help at all, did it? Let's try -9. There we go. I'd say that's pretty much like what we were thinking, right? Now we just need to move it up. Duplicate, rotate, center that pivot. There we go. That's like exactly what we were shooting for. I think the only problem is that it might need to be moved down by like 1. There we go. Can I see the can I not play the animation texture? I do think it's pretty good. I just don't think the textures match, which is a freaking shame. Let's go to paint. And let's go to this, which I believe to be the darkest color. I'll texture match. You know what? I'll try and texture match it in M Creator. I think that might work better. But for now, let's keep going like this. I think that's not too bad. Like, it's not perfect, okay? But I think that's pretty much exactly what we were going for. This is the problem. Okay. Okay. I'm going to do it. It's ridiculous, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to come in. I'm going to come into here. I'm going to full screen it. I'm going to back out. I'm going to drop all these flames down. Down to right here. 30 frickin' 2 of them. Because this is where I should have put it in the first place. There we go. There's one. Another one. There's another one. There's another one. We'll keep going like this. It'll work. It'll work. We'll keep going like this. There we go. Another one. Another one. One at a time. One after the other. There we go. There we go. See, unlike the other one, because we are not counting, it's hard to tell how far we've made it. But we're just going to keep going, and eventually we're going to scroll to the top. I would say based on where the scroll bar is, we've made it just over halfway. Which is pretty cool. Did that go down far enough? Yeah, it did. This one went down far enough, too. Cool. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. There you go. How many y'all think we got? How many more y'all think we got? Probably only a few. Probably only a few more. Let's keep it rolling. There's another one. There's another one. Again. And again. And oh, last one. Cool, cool. There we go. File, save, save as. Save, overwrite. Come in here. We're going to move this down. And then we're going to save it again. How about that, huh? Look at him. He's got that flame in the front. I think that's going to be cool. I think this is actually going to work incredibly well. Although, actually, I think this one might need to be mirrored. Let me go ahead and pivot this. This might seem pointless, but I think this is going to help a lot. And do it like this. And now it looks like you've got that fire animation, right? And this side's going to look a little weird. But at least it's not the head-on. When you're looking head-on, it makes a little bit more sense. So he's going to be a little bit lopsided. But I think that's okay. I think. I don't know. I can't tell which one's going to be better. Let's go like this. Screw it. Let's go like this. All right, now I'm going to animate him. And we are going to need... oh, gosh. I can't remember. What? Name the animation. I'm just going to call it walk. It's been a while since I've added an animated entity, so I'm just hoping that I'm doing this right. But let's go ahead and confirm that. Let's add another one and name it idle, so that we have like a nice little idle animation. So he's gonna kind of just bounce when he's idle, I think. He's just gonna bounce a little bit because they're made of energy, right? You know, flame, that's pure energy. So they've got that energy. They're not gonna be able to sit still. They're gonna be bouncing, right? They're gonna be bouncing. So I'm thinking, and we only have the option to move the whole sprite at a time. So that'll actually make making these animations just a little bit easier. So we can go ahead and lock position and rotation just like that for the beginning. And then I'd say about half a second later, we're going to want him to be up. I think we're going to want him to be tilted a little bit. And possibly even move a little bit. So that's a jump. And then we can copy this and paste it again. So at least for now, we've got this little jump animation. I want to do that much faster. So let's do something like this. Copy that. Oops. And paste it here. Come here. We can copy that. Paste it here. And then we're going to make it be the opposite. So instead of moving it to the left, we're going to move it back to the center. Back to the center, and then to the right. And then as far as the tilt goes, we're actually going to tilt it back straight up, and then make this 0, 0, 0, and then have it tilt just 1 degree this way. There we go. And then let's make sure that this is set to loop. Here we go. This is our little idle flame animation, huh? I think that's pretty cute, right? And what we can do is we can have it so that he spawns in little flame particles at his feet whenever he collides with a block. And that can hopefully make it so that it looks like he's giving off sparks as he like jumps around. I'll also probably try and make it so that this entity kind of naturally has particles around it and flame particles coming off the top of it. And that should all really add to the effect and the movement of this texture. Because that's really what I'm going for, is movement. Now, what we might be able to go for here is rotation and get away with a little bit of a thing like this. And then maybe even here we can rotate it like this. And then play and see how that looks. And now it looks like he's eager, right? He's kind of leaning forward. I kind of like that. I kind of like that. And then when he walks, he's just going to kind of jump forward. He's going to leap forward, very similar to how he idles, right? So he's doing the idle, right? And he's just kind of bouncing around. And then he's going to start leaping forward, right? Kind of the same way that, what is it? Larry the Tomato leaps in VeggieTales. So first thing we're going to want to do is come here, add a rotation and a position lock, of course. And then it's going to want to come up. And by that point, he'll have leaped up a good 4 or 5 blocks, maybe even 6. He'll have rotated, or it will have rotated like this. And then I want it to come back down. So we're going to copy and paste that and see how that looks. It's just a basic animation, right? So if he's moving forward, you got to keep that in mind. He's going to be moving forward when he does this. It doesn't quite look like a leap. What we need is we need some more prep here at the beginning. So here in the first couple of frames, instead of immediately going back, that doesn't make any sense. How is he leaping forward if he's jumping and pushing his body back, right? He actually needs to lean forward when the animation first starts. So we need to paste again. And at this point, we need the slightest tilt forward. So the first thing he's going to do is tilt forward, and then he's going to leap, right? And that leap is going to carry him to here, I believe. So we're going to go ahead and delete this rotation. We're actually going to copy this and then paste it here, right? So then by this point, he's done his leap, right? And he's moving forward. It is at this point that we want him to start moving backwards again. So I think maybe right here, we're going to Control V once more, Control C, Control V. And at this point, that tilt should be back like this, right? And then by the end of it, he's landed again. So let's try this and see how this looks. So there's too much time, but it's not bad, right? It just looks like he's doing slow little hops at a time, right? So let's speed this up. We'll move this over to here. And then we'll move this over to here. And this is going to be a half second. Every half second, he plays this animation. Tell me that doesn't look like he's jumping along, trying to get somewhere, right? Oh, I like that. Let's actually try to make it a little bit more even and make it perfectly spaced and see if that changes anything. It does make it look a little bit less sporadic, so I think this is going to be good. Okay. And then I think I want to add another animation, and this one's going to be called Attack. Now, I don't think it needs a hurt animation. I don't think it needs a death well, I might give it a death animation. But let's just give it an attack animation. Now, what this is actually going to do, this is going to copy the first bit of the idle, or the walk animation. So I'm actually going to copy this, just for now. Come down here to the attack and paste it in. So let's give this a half second, and paste. There we go. So we want this jump. We want him to lean forward, but in fact, we want him to lean forward even a little bit more, because he's eager. He's eager to get you. So he's not quite that much. I think that's fine. Whenever he does the attack, he leans more forward, jumps up, but by this point, I want him fully returned to normal positioning, right? And I also want him to have jumped much higher. So that's why he's leaning forward more. He wants to get that jump. He's also moving closer to you. So it goes like this, and he leaps upward, right? He leaps upward, and then almost immediately, let me move this back. So as far as position goes, I still want him to be up, so I can actually go ahead and delete that. And we'll actually copy paste this one. But the rotation wise, I want him to be pretty much fully rotated. A full 90 degrees. And he also then needs to be moved, of course, over. And we'll go up even a little bit more, right? So he goes, and that's actually way too fast, but he needs to go up, so we can move this in. And that makes a bit more sense. Now we can move this out. So he goes up like this, and then begins to flip. In fact, I think I want him to be flipped already a little bit here. So we can put this at like maybe 15. So when he jumps up like this, he almost immediately starts straightening himself out. It can be a little bit shorter than that. And then we can also move him a little bit closer. So it's a bit more of a natural movement. So he's going to jump up like this and then start tilting backwards. Go like this. Boom. He hits the player and then completes the flip and lands on the ground. So I don't know if this is going to be a whole second or 0.75, but let's go something like this, right? So at this point, we then need him to complete the flip. Now, what he's going to want to do naturally is pull back down here, but we need to pretty much force him through the flip. So what we want here is we want a full rotation like this, and I think that is going to fix our problem. So yes, he comes out like this, kicks the player, continues to rotate, and lands on the ground like this. Gotcha. So he needs to be a little bit higher off the ground, it seems, or he needs to be rotated more by the halfway mark, which is roughly here. So let's Control Z, Control C, Control V, but make this rotation halfway between, so a little bit less, I think, right here will do. But he still needs to be up higher. So maybe we can Control C, Control V this and see if that works, right? So he jumps, kicks the player, and continues to rotate, but then he pulls back. So at this point, he's pushed off the player as well. So he jumps, does a flip, he jumps upward like this, continues to rotate until he hits the player. So he jumps up, hits the player, and then pushes backwards. And you know what? I don't know if I even want him to flip, right? Because flipping's probably going to look weird, isn't it? Let's try that. Right, so he jumps, he pushes back. And then in that next frame, by this point, so this is definitely going to be a full second attack. So by this point, he needs to come not nearly as full circle with his rotation. It needs to be more like what? Before it was 135, so now it needs to be about 225. And by here, he needs to be higher, much higher, for it to make sense. So at this point, he goes like this. Let me highlight this, Control C, and then Control V here, and see if that makes like a normal flip rotation. Gotcha. So we need to come here, and by this point, he needs to be fully rotated around. That should help the animation we're seeing. So then he goes like this. Oh, wow, that's kind of cool. Let's see how that looks with no things. Oh, it's close. It's not enough. Okay. So I think what we can do is move these like that. So that's all equidistant. That gives us more room to play here in the front. So I think what I want by this point is I want to move him so that he's actually farther back. And yeah, so it looks more like he's moving his body back, right? There. And then he's leaping upwards. So he leaps upwards. So you... Maybe he needs to be more rotated by this point. It's so close. So I think what's off here is our timing, our movement, right? So if here's the end goal, And we work backwards from that, right? Then here's where we are now. I'm actually going to move this up and back because I think that looks a bit better. And then this needs to go up. And maybe forwards? So he's going like that. This flip needs to be completed faster, honestly. I think what's happening. So let's rotate a little bit more. So here we go from 90 degrees. So yeah, it takes half a second to get him from vertical to 90, and then half a second to get him from 90 to vertical again. That doesn't make any sense, right? He actually needs to hit a little bit sooner than that, right? In order for this to make sense. Because he needs to be vertical, like completely in the air. At this point, by half, right? Wouldn't that make more sense? Let's watch it again. So it's accelerating, right? You see that, right? It starts out quite slow and then accelerates. So I think this is all good. I'm going to move this closer. So it goes like this. And that is supposed to be at equal spacing, right? Equal speed, but it doesn't. It accelerates at the end. So why is that? Why is it accelerating so much and so drastically at the end? I think up until here, that's perfect, right? In fact, maybe it should be tilted at this angle and brought down a little bit. So it looks like he's not quite hitting the player exactly spot on. There you go. So he's jumping up, and he's going from this forward position, which is rotated at 7.5, right? Because if I do 15, that's going to be way too far, right? Honestly, it's not bad at all. We're going to leave it at 15, right? And we're going to say in a quarter second, he can rotate 90 degrees. 90 degrees, that'll put us at 360 degrees in 1 second, right? So in this quarter second right here, he has to be rotating 90 degrees. First, he's pulling back by 15, and then he should be going forward by about 75 degrees, right? So if that is the case, we're going to need to be much closer. In fact, honestly, I'm tempted to make that the point of contact, right? So he hits immediately, right? So he jumps and hits pretty much immediately. And then about a half second later again, he's continued his momentum upwards, but he's rotated another 90 degrees. So that puts us at negative 165. And that moves us pretty much over here where this point is. Maybe even higher than that. I'm then going to actually delete this set. And by the next half second, he will have rotated, or should have rotated, to 155, negative 255, right? Which puts us at pretty much right here. Now we do have 15 degrees to deal with in here, so I'm actually going to rotate this another 5 degrees. Then rotate this another 10. Yeah, 65. Cool. And hopefully that looks a little bit more natural. So he's doing his flip here. And then by 1 second, he should have landed. There we go. See, that makes sense. It's just a bit slow. So we need to keep this all in the same, right? So by this point, he's moved 15 degrees right there. And then in this split second, right, he's rotated. Oops. What is the rotation on this? Looks like the rotation is 75. So he's actually gone 90 degrees, right? 90 degrees already in this quarter timing. So we can actually shrink this and make this here. Shrink this by 2. And shrink this by 2. And this should look perfect. There. And in 3/4 of a second, he has an attack. And that's what he does every time he wants to hit the player. He jumps up, smacks him with his little tail, with his bottom, and then continues his rotation to land. Awesome. I actually think this is really freaking cool. And when he's walking, he'll jump along like this, and then he attacks. Right? So he's walking along, and then he attacks. I think that's cool. And when he's not, he's just idle until he starts walking. So he's going from the idle into the walk. And then he attacks. And he's idle again. That's cool. I like this guy. Perfect. Let's go ahead and save these animations. We're going to go into ACES MC overhaul here. ACE is Nether. ACE is entities. And then we guess I can save it right here. Soulfire Sprite animation. Save. Animations. And I'm going to go ahead and save all animations once more, just in case. Come back here to edit. Do file. Save project. And we're going to save it in Minecraft Junk, mods, ACES MC overhaul, Nether, entities, Soulfire Sprite right here. And then we're going to say file, save, model as well. Now if we go into the folders there, we should be able to find everything that we are looking for with our Soulfire Sprite. Yep, Soulfire Sprite animation, Soulfire Sprite texture, which, yep, right there. And we should be good. Those are the 3 things that we need and that we have. Perfect. Let's go ahead and close this. And finally, we can open MCreator. For the day, we're about to start actually implementing our little fire sprite guy here. Now, I think he's far from finished texture-wise, but I don't think it's a bad start. So let's go ahead in here. Wait for things to load up and get this guy all implemented. Now, this actually happened really quickly, so we might be able to get another entity implemented and added into MCreator as well. It really just depends on how it goes. So let's see. Gonna wait for everything to load, and then we can start importing textures. This is the first time I've launched the mod for the day. And in fact, the first time I've launched it for the past few days, so it's probably going to take a couple minutes here to load the workspace, but it shouldn't be too bad. We're just going to have to give it a second here. All right, let it load, let it load. Looks like I'm kind of behind on my VOD there, so let's speed it up. There we go. Always waiting, huh? Always waiting. Kind of hungry. Need to get myself some lunch here soon. Once we get this thing fully implemented, I guess we'll see how long that takes, and then I might take a quick lunch break and continue, or we might just close it out for the day. But we shall see. It's definitely going to be a wait and see for sure. It's taking a lot longer than it usually does. That's awfully interesting. We can go ahead and close this window. We can go ahead and close this for now. Let it load, I guess. Let it load. Nothing better we can do, huh? There we go. Perfect. Let's go down here to resources, 3D models, and then we need to import a GeckoLib model. Let's go over here to GeckoLib. Import GeckoLib model. New volume A. Video game junk. Minecraft junk. Not Blockbench. Mods. ACES MCO. Nether, which is right here. Entities. Oh. That is awfully strange. Why am I not seeing a GeckoLib model available there? Let's open up Blockbench again. Open up our Soulfire Sprite model. Fire, export, GeckoLib model. File, export, GeckoLib animations. Okay, just in case, we've gone ahead and resaved, re-exported everything. Let's try again. Video game junk, Minecraft junk, mods, ACES MC, Nether, entities. There we go. And then in the same animation, or in the same folder right there, the animation. So we now have our Soulfire Sprite entity right there. Now we can import the entity texture, which is right here. And if we scroll down, it should be, yeah, right there, Soulfire Sprite texture. Now I'm a little bit worried, a little bit concerned about the animations not working, because I've never had an animated entity texture before, but hopefully we're all okay and everything will work just fine. So let's go into the Nether here. Let's go into biomes, Soul Sand Valley, add a new entity for the Soul Sand Valleys. Let's see. Where is GeckoLib entity? It's probably right up here. GeckoLib. No. Okay, let's maybe come over here. Animated entity. There we are. We're going to call this Soulfire Sprite. The entity model is going to be the Soulfire Sprite.go.json. Visual scale, bounding box, all this can stay the same. Solid bounding box condition. Entity, texture of entity is going to be the Soulfire Sprite texture. Entity glowing texture. Yeah, sure, he's on fire. Let's just make the whole thing glow. That's fine by me. Entity model bounding box. This is what? Width/depth should definitely be only about 0.4 at the most, right? Because if we look at this, yeah, he's not even a full block, right? He's probably about half a block. So I'd say 0.6, that as the depth, right? If it's starting in the center, 0.3 outwards in both directions, I'd say that probably works. I'd say that would be the most accurate, at least. And then the height, he's barely a full block tall, so I'm going to make it 0.9 here. Now that flame, if you hit the flame up here, that's not going to do anything. You have to hit him, his bounding box, but that's going to make it so that he can easily fit into one block holes, which I want him to be able to do. And then, let's see, for the shadow size, we can do 0.4, so it's slightly bigger than the entity itself. And then it's not going to have any mounted offset or anything like that. Now we can come in here and we can grab some of these colors. So I'm going to actually grab this dark color right here for our egg. And this primary color, the first one that's listed here, is usually the dark color, usually the main color. And this other color that's listed here is usually the accent color. So let's go in here and grab that, I guess. I think that could look very cool. And then go like this, and then boom. Now that is going to be our egg, which I think is a very cool color combination. And that spawn egg is going to be in the Nether Overhaul tab. Let's see. And you know what? Might as well make it in spawn eggs as well. Then we can go to entity label. There's not going to be any label for it. This I do want to edit, and I want to search soul. Well, actually, let's just search fire, right? So it's living sound. This is its ambient sound, right? So I think we can make this a fire ambient, and that would make sense. I'm just gonna take a look at these just in case, and maybe I'll search soul first just in case. I'm not seeing any entity sounds for the soul here. I'm not seeing anything for soul fire either, right? Blocked up soul sand, soul sand, soul sand, soul sand, soul soil. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. So let's search fire again. And this is going to be a fire ambient sound. His ambient sound is the same as fire because he's just a living flame. Now the fire step sound, I think I want it to be a blast furnace crackle. I think that would work because I feel like the blast furnace crackle is a little bit subdued. And I think that could sound really good. And then for the hurt sound, let's make it a fire crackle for sure. Just a regular fire crackle. And then for the death sound, we can do fire extinguish. I think that works perfectly. Hopefully that all sounds good when we test it. I'm back, dude. Cryoman coming back. What's up, man? We're actually, we finished up the Soulfire sprite here. I'll quickly show you the animations for it. We made a little walk animation here. And that's it, just kind of hopping. You got to keep in mind when it's walking, it will be moving forward. So the idea is it looks like it's hopping through the nether. We've got a little idle animation here of him just kind of bouncing around because he's high energy. And then we've got an attack animation here. And I'll slow it down for you of him leaning, revving up, jumping forwards, kicking the player right in the chest, and then doing a quick backflip. So that's going to be his attack animation. Every time he does an attack, he's going to do that little backflip right there. But we already implemented it. We're just working on getting it all added and saved. So it is going to be a mob, and it's going to be... Why? See, the thing is I want it to take more damage from water things, but we're just going to leave it as an undefined mob because there's no such thing as a nether-defined mob. Would change the damage sound to like a Soul Sand Valley ambient sound or something like that because the souls start to leave him. Oh, I like that, actually. Let's see if we can't, because I was actually not sold on the hurt sound because I would rather have the crackle be here. So let's see, yeah, let's see if we can't find any Soul Sand ambient or Soul Sand something like that, right? Like this, Particle Soul Escape. I don't know what that sounds like, but let's try that, right? And then hopefully we can make it so it sounds like his soul is like leaving, his fire is starting to die. And then for the crackle, we can just have this be a regular old campfire crackle. That's gonna probably make the most sense. Perfect. Thanks for that tip or that advice. I like that. Let's see, an optional drop. Now this is gonna be the real kicker. I'm not entirely sure what I want him to drop. As far as his drops go, and then what those drops are used for, I'm not sure. The only idea I had was like Soul Flame itself, something like a Soul Flame version of the Fire Charge, or I have no idea, something that you would be able to make Soul Fire torches out of. I don't know. I'm not sure at all what I want for his drop. So right now he doesn't have a drop. I'm gonna keep thinking about it, but I'm totally open to suggestions if anybody watching has any ideas. So let's see, health value and experience amount. That's a good question. Well, let's look at other nether mobs health value and experience amount so that it can be relatively the same. So let's pull up our Minecraft wiki. And let me think. In terms of other nether mobs, I think the Soulfire Flame is... I mean, it's just like a fire, right? So realistically, you shouldn't be able to damage it unless you have specific enchantments, but I don't think I want to limit the player in such a way. So let's make this something like a magma cream or a magma cube. So the medium magma cubes only have 4 hearts. I think we can probably do 6 or 8. 6 hearts is going to be 1 shot from an iron sword. So let's do at least 8 hearts. Well, that 8 health. That's 4 hearts of damage. Or 4 hearts of life, I guess. Gotcha, times 8 hearts. Gotcha, and 4 is 2 hearts. Gotcha. So he's got about double the health of a medium magma cube, which I think works really well. And as far as the experience amount goes, how much experience does a magma cube drop? Let's see, drops right there. On death, about 2 experience and 2 to 4 smaller magma cubes. So 2 experience seems relatively okay, but let's bump that up to 3. 3 experience, and I think that makes the most sense. Movement speed, step height. As far as I'm aware, I think that all, works together. Let's see, most normal mobs move at a speed of 2.5, so let's make them 2.5, I guess. And that should be fine by me, at least for now. And step height, most normal living entities have a step height of 0.6, while rideable entities such as horses have a step height of 1. Gotcha. So just how much they can naturally step up on their blocks. I gotcha. Before they have to jump. So I think 0.6 works for me. As far as animations go, let's go ahead and add an idle animation. He does have a walk animation. It's called walk. He has an attack animation. It's called attack. No such thing as any of these other things. Yeah, no sneak, no sprint. Nothing like that. So that seems all fine by me. I'm going to amount of ticks the entity will stay dead for after dying. Okay, I actually have a cool idea that I'm going to try here, and we'll see how that turns out. I'm not having any head movement or anything like that. Behavior, though, it is immune to fire, and explosions and wither. And really, it should be immune to arrows and a lot of other things, too. But I just don't think it's fair, right? Like, it's definitely got to be immune to lightning. I think Anvil's fine. Let's make it immune to fall damage and potion effects and dragon breath. But let's leave the rest of this, except maybe cactus. So any sort of... I guess you can smash the flame out. That's fine by me. It definitely should take damage from drowning. And as far as these go, these are all like player attacks. So let's just leave those in there, because otherwise this thing's going to be freaking impossible to kill, I feel like. I wouldn't make it immune to potions. Okay, that's an interesting... Yeah, I guess. It does have like a soul. It is alive. And if it's immune to potions, then that's a little bit strong. So I guess let's let it potion, wither, and dragon breath. I think that's probably fair. And it's fine by me. All right. Let's see. That's all fine. Its attack strength, however, I want it to be not super high, but definitely not low. So I'm thinking 5, but it's also going to set the entity on fire for at least a few ticks. So that could potentially make it so that this damage is going up to... I think I want to make it to go up to about 8 damage per attack. That means that a little over 2 attacks and the player is dead. I do want this guy to be kind of lethal, to be honest with you. So I think... So what? The player has 20 health naturally. Goodness. Do I want it to do 8 or 6? Maybe 7 is a fair medium. Let's have it do 4 melee damage and 3 fire damage. I think that is fair. Honestly, nah, I think that's fair. And then armor protection, I think it should have none. Should have... pretty much no attack knockback, although it should have some pretty decent knockback resistance. So I'm actually going to put it at 0.3 for the knockback resistance, because, I mean, it's a flame, right? Like, fire can bond with potions and stuff. You're right, that fire would burn up the chemicals, and, you know, I can see where those chemicals would have maybe a negative react. So there's at least an explanation we can give it. So that works. I like that. The amount of built-in armor points is none. The attack knockback defines by, well, I guess, I don't know. Zombies have 2 built-in armor points. I guess it should be similar, right? Like, in terms of, like, if zombies are undead, I would assume that's why they have these armor points, because they're just resistant to being attacked. Like, it doesn't really matter if they don't have an arm, you know? So in a similar respect, I feel like the soul fire, should have some resistance. And, you know, if it's gonna be like another mob, let's give it 2.5. Hopefully that's not too strong. We'll test all this out, though. We'll definitely be testing all this out. And as far as knockback, it is kicking you right in the chest. So I want it to have just the tiniest bit of knockback. Let's see. Ravager has 1.5, but they have a ton of knockback. So let's just give this guy a 0.3 knockback. Sync data, none. Inventory, none. Triggers, we are going to have to add some of these triggers here. Like when this entity attacks another one, right? I think when right-clicked on entity, when entity falls, when is struck by lightning. Oh, this could actually be fun. Let's add a struck by lightning thing, and let's have it duplicate itself. That would be fun, right? So whenever it gets struck by lightning, it will duplicate itself because it's flame, right? I think that makes sense. With yaw, pitch, yeah, we don't need any of that. Let's just search spawn entity. There we go. XYZ Soulfire Sprite. Oh, I haven't saved it yet, have I? Haha, funny. Save and keep open. There we go. And then here we need to spawn in entity Soulfire Sprite at XYZ. I like this. Can we get pull data from here? Yeah, you know what? Let's do care about all those values. As far as, you know, YZ, velocity, whatnot, all that is kind of unnecessary. But as far as the yaw pitch goes and stuff like that, let's give it the same as our default one. So we can get yaw from here. Where is it? I'm gonna find it. In degrees relative to S of blank. Gotcha. I think that works fine. Pitch. And there we go. So now it should pretty much accurately duplicate itself. I guess I could also go in here and pull the X, Y, Z if I really wanted to be specific. So let's just do that real quick just in case. And now we've got this really long code block that should be working just fine. Oh god, the dependencies are stupid. Yeah, they are, aren't they? They are very stupid. I don't think I needed the dependencies, but just in case, now it really will look like that fire is kind of splitting apart from itself, right? Because it should just kind of duplicate exactly as it is. When entity is hurt, I do want to spawn in fire particles. Soulfire Sprite entity is hurt. Let's just do is hurt. We don't need the entity in there. It's a little redundant. So let's go actions spawn particles. On server side at Y, all of this honestly should be +5 or 0.05. Whoops, there we go. Just like that. We can drag and drop this in here. This in here. Soulfire Flame. Just like that. I want to make a summon procedure, but the right-click procedure doesn't support source entity. Say it one more time. Like this procedure right here, when right-clicked on entity, because it does. Or are you talking about like if I click with an if I click with a block or an item? Is that what you're talking about? Like something in here, or it wouldn't even be in here. That's not an item. None of these are items. Ah! Oh no. All right, whatever. In area 0.25. There we go. With speed 0.1. That should work just fine. And we'll do 0.25 as if they're kind of sparking and blasting off of it. Just give them a little bit more speed, right? Hopefully that looks good. We can always tweak it though. And you know what? Let's bump that up from 5 particles to 10 particles. I think that would look a little bit better. And we can always tweak these numbers around. No, I want to click on a block and then summon a shroomy that's tamed by you. But since I can't use source entity, I can't tame it. Oh, okay. So, like, if you were to click on a block, it would spawn in the entity and then tame that entity automatically by the player. Let me see if I can't think this through, right? So we have on block right-clicked, and indeed, there is no source entity. There doesn't need to be. The entity that it's talking about here is the player. So what you'd need to do is you would need to tame the entity that you just spawned in. I think I can concept this. Hang on. Let's open up just this real quick. So yeah, so this event target entity here is the entity that you're trying to tame it by. So you can delete the source entity and move event target entity here. Now you need to be able to tame that entity you just spawned in though. So I think your best option is probably going to be like your get closest entity, right? Area, right? No, this. So you can tame the nearest entity at XYZ in a square cube of 0. So it has to be an entity right there where you've just spawned it, of type mushroom, whatever it is, right? And that should hopefully always grab that mushroom that you just spawned in. There could be a potential issue here if there's already a mushroom there and maybe it'll spawn the wrong or tame the wrong one. But in theory, I think this is what you're looking for. This coding right here. I mean, I would put it in and try it out. I'm not guaranteeing it will work, but I think it's worth a try. When this entity kills another one we don't need, I do want when this entity attacks another one, though. I might be able to do that on goals, though. On initial entity spawn, when player collides with this entity on entity tick update. So I don't think we need any of that except maybe this. And then we can set the player on fire, right? So I think in this case the entity would be the player. So what we can do is, yeah, set event / target entity on fire for, How many seconds? I think it does one damage each second, so I'm going to do 3 seconds. So we're going to set him on fire for 3 seconds. That should be good. As far as the AI and goals, though, it's not going to be an animal type. Able to override the entity's eye height position of the hitbox with a specified value. I think that's fine. Yep. Doesn't have any animal tasks. It will not float in water. It will actively avoid water, though. Okay. Attack. Yeah, do melee contact. Attack nearby only. Entities of type player. I think that's fine by me. We'll have him chase you down. That'll kind of suck. Factor of 1 is fine by me. Definitely fight attacker mobs back, and that's going to be much higher than wander around, right? Yeah. Calling for help could be an interesting mechanic, but I'm gonna leave it out for now. I think that's fine by me. I like the idea that it follows his buddies around. I don't have any way to make it avoid water, though, which kind of sucks. Okay, wish me luck. Good luck, dude. Good luck. I really hope it works. I have a feel like I can't imagine it wouldn't. Like, I don't know why it wouldn't, but I really hope it does, man. Sometimes things are buggy. I like this okay for the AI. Let's see. Spawning. This is all fine by me. Let's make the minimum spawn size 1 and the maximum spawn size of 3. Biomes where the entity spawns is going to be Soul Sand Valley, and that is the only biome where it spawns. Number of entity, nope, it's not generated per raid wave at all. So these can all be 0. Right? Here you can set how many times the entity will spawn in each raid wave. Depending on the difficulty, there will be a certain number of waves. The number of entities generated per raid wave are selectable if the entity is a raider type. Okay, it's not a raider type, so it doesn't even matter anyways. That is probably good. Custom spawning condition. I can't think of anything that's necessary, honestly. I think this is okay for the animations, except I want to check this. And then I want to make this 0. And then I want this. Nah, you know what? I don't think we need that, but I do think we can check that. Disable the death time. Come over here to triggers and then add Soulfire Sprite entity dies. And I can cut out the entity part. There we go. And what we're going to do now is we're going to just spawn in a bunch of these particles that we've spawned earlier, right? So instead of 10, I think we're going to make it 50 particles, math, 0.5. Oops, there we go, 0.5. It was silly of me. to duplicate them so soon. There we go. There's Y, X, Y, and Z. In the area of 0.5, and I think that will keep it within the block, right? We can Control C, Control V, Control V. With a speed of 0.25, all the same, of type Soulfire Flame. Just like that. Let's go ahead and save this, and just like that, I think our mod, or our new entity is done, except for its custom drop, and then obviously anything that we can then do with said custom drop. Let's go ahead and make a new folder here and call it Soulfire Sprite, and drop all the stuff for the Soulfire Sprite into it. So that's this stuff, and there we go. Perfect. Launch the game and test everything out. Now it is time for you to wish me luck, Cryo. Wish me luck, buddy. Here's hoping. Oh my gosh, we've been streaming for 2.5 hours already. That's crazy. Feels like so much less than that. Let's go down here, come in here, and maybe try and patch up this color and make sure that the color is all the same. Whoops. And there we go. Okay. All right, then we can go like this, and we can color pick what is definitely the darkest one, put this at 1, check fill globally, and then do something like that. Oh, and the whole thing just got lighter, didn't it? Then we can go in here. That's better. And that's lighter even. Robota Extreme, hey there! What's that abomination? This is actually something we have just finished modeling and coding. We are launching it right now. I'm just modifying the texture. This is what it looks like when it's all put together. But I'm not going to spoil anything else for you because we are actively launching it right now. And testing it, and we're gonna see how well it works. And you get to see it firsthand, man. So that's actually really cool. It is some kind of nether mob, Cryoman. Yes, it is indeed. I call it the Soulfire Sprite. It is a Soulfire nether mob. Let's see here. That color even lighter? Let's try it out. No, it looks the same. So this color is definitely lighter. No, it's definitely the darkest. And then we can go from there to maybe this color. That's the same. This color. That's good. And then we can bucket the darkest color again. Yeah, that's definitely the darkest. And then we can go to here maybe? Okay, maybe here. That's even lighter. And we can do the darkest color once more. And then let's do another shade lighter. So hopefully that works. Works for me. And then we can go even lighter than that, which should be here. And then we can bucket fill the darkest color again, which looks to be this one. Is that the one we started with, though? Goodness, I can't tell. I can't tell if this is better or worse. Let's save as a new texture. Well, actually, not even save this. Let's load up the entity and see how he looks. Just in game. Suppose I don't need to create a new world. Extreme says, did this just spawn in the Nether, or does it spawn from the flames? It just spawns in the Soul Sand Valley. It doesn't necessarily have to spawn in the flames, although that could be a cool requirement. I might consider adding that. I'm not even sure if I can add that, but if I can, I might, because it does seem cool. Compare using the 3D. That's exactly what I'm going to do right now. I want to actually see what it looks like in 3D first. So this is our new Soulfire Sprite spawn egg right here. And we can spawn... Oh, whoa. Well, that is not right. That's horrible. Interesting. Interesting. What happens if I hit him? He does emit these particles. Not quite out the right place, and... Ooh, thank you. They do seem to be moving... Is he dead? Is that what happened? Because he's all red now. You see what I'm talking about? Like... Yeah, okay. That's weird. Hang on. Let me go into here. Oh, goodness. Go into here. Go into animations and turn this up to at least 1 tick. And hopefully that helps that problem. So you have a dog in Minecraft. Would you want it to prioritize it, the entity you attack, or another entity that's attacking you? If I had a dog in Minecraft, I would want it to attack the entity that attacked me. I would want it to prioritize my defense over offense. That's just dogs. I feel like dogs are defensive. I could also see, like, if you added a mercenary or something. I've concepted a mercenary a lot in my mind, so I think I'll probably end up adding a mercenary sooner or later. But I think that I'll have it, they don't defend you, they just attack who you attack, because that's their job. They've been hired to attack the people that you set hits on. They're not hired to defend you, right? Although I could also add a bodyguard that does the same thing, but he doesn't attack who you attack, he just defends you, right? So that could be interesting. 2 sides of the same coin. Robota says, if it was possible, it will allow to make farms in the overworld? If what was possible? If... What exactly do you checking? I'm confused. It was... Oh, if it just spawned from the flames. Yeah, I do think I would still rather have it spawn from in that biome, no question. But I might have it so that it spawns in flames in that biome. You know what I mean? But I think the reason that it's not showing up is because this is a animated texture, animated entity texture, and it's not loading as such. But I can save it as an entity animated texture. Interesting. Um, dang. How old are these? Well, that one was really old. Huh. Okay, okay. Make a global variable. Its type will be number. Variable scope is global. Make a procedure that changes the number of the global variable. Make an entity layer for your modded entity, and if you would like, you can make it glow. Make a condition for the model layer. I don't know what to put in it, though. I have tried, but can't really do it right, and you might do it right. Okay. Huh. Well, let me leave real quick and see if these guys despawn, if we can fix that problem. And just in case for some reason this is what's causing it, let's... Yeah, let's just save and try again. Now see what it looks like. It's kind of upsetting that the animated entity texture doesn't seem to be working, or that it doesn't seem to be possible to get an animated entity texture. Oh, and I didn't even save the texture before I closed it, didn't I? So yeah, it's back to the original very dark version. But that's fine. Not really a problem at all. Let's test things out before we go switching the model around. That little shit of a mushroom isn't doing anything to protect me. But are you sure it's tamed? Verify that it has been tamed, I would say. Okay, that's annoying. But that was kind of cool, actually. Okay, I think I have a solution to some of our problems. So as far as this goes, let me open this up real quick. Triggers. Entity dies. Gotcha. So if it dies, then we can still use the X and Y and Z of the entity itself, and that should help our particle problem that we're seeing. And I honestly think this is much too fast. So let's just do 0.1 and see where that leaves us. Oh, we can close this down. We can close this down. Let's go in here. And let's do the same dealio here. We go, and let's do this with 0.1 as well, and we can save that. Hopefully that will fix the weirdness with the particles that emit when we smack it. This is fine by me, and this is also fine by me. Let me actually test that last one. If I was in game mode survival, this is cute. I can't see his texture right, but he's hopping after me, and that's really cute. And if he collides with me, oh, that triggers way too late. All right, let's save and quit. I guess we can. It's so unfortunate that he's not going to be animated. At least for now, though, we can. Let me just open this. There we go. Edit. Square. Scroll all the way up. I guess it doesn't matter which one we grab, but I'm going to grab the tippy top one. There we go. Save as copy. Soulfire, sprite, texture, simple. There we go. Save. I'll close that, and then I will import that texture as well. Import entity texture. I'll import the simple one, and at least for now, our entity texture is going to be the simple one. And let's try and make it glow again, see if that works. All right, save again. So this performs after the entity attacks, though. What is the point of having this if it only plays after the entity attacks? It's so annoying. Gonna have dinner? Hey, dude, no problem. I hope you enjoy your dinner. And when you get back, tell me what you had for dinner, man. Because I'm curious. I love to cook. I love food. Big food enthusiast. So let me know. Cryo says, yeah, that's the thing. The attack animation only starts playing when they attack. Yeah, I know. That's the thing that's actually super annoying. Like, why does it not play the attack animation, like, halfway between, like, I understand that would be a little intuitive, and then you'd have to line it up, and it could be a little weird, but, like, give us the option to play it at a certain point or something like that. Like, come on. Because I don't know how to, like, what's the point of an attack animation? It barely works. Oh, Portuguese soup. Caldo verde. Well, verde is green. I don't know what caldo is, though. I'm sure you do. You don't need me telling you, but I'm gonna Google it. Oh, okay. It's just the name of the soup. Okay, fair. It's like Italian wedding. Well, I guess Italian wedding. Like minestrone, I guess. It's, you know, just it's the name of a soup. Gotcha. It looks yummy as hell, though. That looks so freaking good. I love a great soup. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I don't know if that's what yours looks like, but this looks freaking delicious. Jalapenos in there. Lime. What is this? A cucumber? Some radishes. Oh my goodness. Corn. Cilantro. Oh my. Carrots. I bet you could put some like masala in there, and oh my god. Oh, no, that's not a cucumber. That's a zucchini. That's even better, dude. I love zucchini. Dude, that's not it? Okay. Caldo verde? Well, verde means green. That makes sense. It probably is green. There it is. Doesn't look as yummy. I'm sure it's still delicious, though. Ooh, pepperoni in there? What is that, parsley? Or is that green onions? Looks like a bit of both. Nice sausage. Yeah, this is probably delicious. So it got that, like, Well, that's obviously olive oil right there, but does it have like any dill? Because it looks like it would have some dill flavor, maybe. Like a spicy. Is that spinach? I don't even know. It looks delicious, though. I gotta say, I think the other one looked better. But this also looks very yummy. I'm hungry, dude. I need to eat lunch. Is chorico. Oh, what the heck? I mean... Chorico sausage. Gotcha, gotcha. Okay, makes sense. Just the chorico spice. Fair enough. Cool, cool. Right on, man. See, I'm an American, so we don't really have, like, cultural foods or, like, ethnic... Well, there are ethnic food, but, like, you know, an American, if you're eating American, you're just eating, like, wings, burgers, like... We don't really have, like, as an S. Oh, okay. That helps a lot. Because what is the alcohol that has that same little fancy C? That's like Curacao or Curacao, I guess is how it's supposed to be pronounced. I've always called it Curacao or something like that. Thank you. The more you know. Cool. Yeah, we don't really have, like, a specific flavor for our meals here in America. We have, like American food, but it's really just other ethnicities' foods that we have Americanized, like pizza. It's not like if you eat, if I've talked, well, I haven't talked to, but I know people who are from Italy, and they say that it depends on where you get it from, but most pizzas in America are just not pizza to Italians because it's like, I think like pizza's supposed to be an incredibly thin crust. Like, I don't know, but we Americanize everything here. Not as ch is x, not as x. Zeriso? So it's like Zeriso? Is that what you're trying to say, how it's pronounced? It's not ch. Sariso? I have no idea. Oh, the shroom isn't getting tamed, it seems. That'd probably be why he's not defending you, right? It's always a double-edged sword, right? All right, no problem, man. You eat your dinner, have a delicious time, hope it's fantastic. That's always the problem, right? It's like it's not defending you. So the bug is either that it's not being tamed or it's just not working. Like what do you do, right? Like, I always hate that, where you're like, something's not working, but I can't tell what, and I don't know which one I would prefer. Yeah, like that. She said, that you said it. She. Yeah. Gotcha. Cool. I'm probably never gonna pronounce it properly without hearing it, but I might get close. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, I don't think we can make it glow, but other than that, look at this guy. Oh, he's so cute. Oh, he's so freaking cute. Let me disable the glowing texture. I think that's probably what's causing the crazy whiteness up by the flames. There we go, and launch again. Almost. Almost. We're getting close. We're getting so close. And then once we have all this, it's just a matter of figuring out what he drops. Because as of right now, he's just a nuisance. And I'm not a fan of that. I'm not a fan of just adding entities for the sake of entities. Like, I like to give them all special features, special functions, special reasons for living. I think something that could make a lot of sense would be whatchamacallit. I think if they dropped some sort of flame that then could be used as a fuel source, be used to make soul torches, I think all that could work. Okay, yeah. See, now he's just too dark, right? Goodness. See, I preferred the way he looked when he was glowing, right? But I didn't, like, I can't have the flames look like that, right? Oh, it's so close. He looked so much better when he was glowing. If I could only fix the flames and make it so that they didn't have that crazy white mess. Oh man. Yeah, blue flame could be cool. Kinda. You don't like the jumping animation? I kind of like it, honestly. Like his little idle bouncing. I'm gonna wait for him to move again, because I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. This? I love this. I think it's so cute. Look at him. He's like hopping after me. You talking about the walk animations or the idle animations? I like both of them, to be honest with you. I just really like them. Yeah. Yeah. If it would, yeah. I want it to glow though. I have an idea on how I could get it to glow. It seems like it might be more work than it's worth. It's fine, I guess. It just looked weird in Blockbench. It does kind of look weird sometimes. And the movement animations usually look weird because they're not actually moving. They're just standing still. But once you add like physical movement across the ground, I feel like it tends not to look too bad. I have an idea though. I have an idea on how to fix up the problems we've been having, make it so that this guy is glowing. Actually, real quick, though, I don't have any way to strike him with lightning, but I can hit him. That's cool. And he emits particles when I hit him. That's cool. I like it. I like it a lot. I think that's so cool. Where did this other guy go? Did he despawn? Yeah, I think I got too far away from him. That makes sense. Okie dokie. Okay, so I think all of that is working properly. I really don't think I can test the... You know what? We're going to get a lightning rod, put it in here, and put him in here. And then we're going to do slash weather thunder. That's it, right? There's no such thing as lightning, right? Thunderstorms is what we're waiting on. And we're going to see what happens and if he gets successfully struck by lightning. I know I could do slash summon lightning bolt, but I'm not good at that. You know what? Screw it. I'm going to do that. I said it out loud and then immediately realized it was the easier of the two solutions, of the two options. So we can do slash summon lightning bolt. Dang. Okay. That... Okay, so we're gonna have to put a cooldown on it, because that duplicated the crap out of him. Oh my goodness! What have I done? What have I done? Oh, the entity cramming! It's too much! Oh no! You could also have used a trident enchanted with channeling. Oh, that's smart. I should have done that. There we go. Now we're back to normal. This looks like crazy, though. I do love this sound though. Thank you so much for that recommendation on the hurt sound. I think that's great. I think it's like perfect. It's a lot of XP, huh? Almost 30 levels though. That's cool. All right. Okay, so that seems to be working, except I need to put a cooldown on it, right? So what would be the best way to put a cooldown on it? I think I got it. All right. It's going to be a little complicated, but I think I got it, and it's definitely going to fix it because the way it's working right now is just unacceptable. So we can add an integer value here, and we're going to call it split cooldown. And its default value is going to be 0. We can save that. When it is struck, we need an if. And we need to know if that value okay, that's not what I'm looking for. Let's see. No, none of that. None of that. It's going to be an integer, though. Okay, none of that. None of that. It's not an MBT tag. Okay, it's an integer data parameter. Yeah, so for the event target entity of type that, get integer data parameter split cooldown. And if it is less than 1, which means 0, but it is best practice to do less than 1, because if it is negative, then if we were checking for 0, it wouldn't work. So, but we want it to work if it's negative. We only want it to not work if it's a positive number that's greater than 0. So this should be what we are checking for. And then we need to set that to something higher. Let's see here. It's spawning behavior. Gotcha. Inventory. And then on entity tick update, that's when we're gonna decrease it. The triggers the procedure each tick the entity exists in the world. Gotcha, gotcha. So if we want this to be like a couple second cooldown, such as like a 5-second cooldown, then that is 20 ticks, or brain fart, 1,000, right? No, 100 ticks. Split cooldown to 100. So for custom entity of type Soulfire Sprite, set integer data parameter split cooldown value to 100. Gotcha. And then we can save that. Add another trigger. And on tick update, we are doing another if entity data. Scroll all the way down. Dang it. Scroll all the way down. Soul split, oops, is greater than 0. So it's just going to be the opposite of our previous check. Math here. If it is greater than 0, then we need to subtract 1. Soulfire Sprite. Split cooldown 2. Oops. Let's move this out. There we go. So if its value is greater than 0, then we are setting its value to its value minus 1 every tick. Perfect. I think that will work just fine. Let's see. Cryoman says, I really need help. I can't get the stupid taming to work. Maybe there is some mistake in the entity setup? Possibly. Is it not a tameable entity? That's something that could be... I think it's under AI and goals. Can tame. Do you have this checked? It has to be an animal type, and it has to be tameable. Do you have that checked? Because that could be a big problem. Robata says, I was thinking, is more like chorizo. Oh, like how you pronounce it? Chorizo. Chorizo. I've heard of this. We say chorizo in America, and it's spelled completely differently. It could be a completely different thing. Chorizo. No, is that the type of pork? Wait a minute. No. Yes. Yes. We just pronounce it and spell it differently here in America. That makes sense. So I guess this is probably the English spelling of the word chorizo. Cool. Wait, did I just launch this? I'm so confused. I've confused myself. Yeah, and it has a tick update, right? Trigger now, right? Yeah, okay, cool. Okay. Now we can quit, and I think I want to try and add another procedure and call it Soul Fire Sprite attacks another entity. So if an entity is attacked, no, we need logic here. If the source entity where's type subtype? What is that? Is that in world procedures? Player procedures? Okay. Is source entity of subtype Soulfire Sprite. So whenever any entity is attacked, if the source entity is of type Soulfire Sprite, then we set the event target entity on fire for 30 seconds. No, 3 seconds. There we go. Hopefully that works. Okay, that's it. Awesome. We figured it out. Look at that. Cryoman says, well, you're allowed to call me an idiot for the next 10 minutes. Oh. Let me guess. It wasn't tameable. I was right that it's not a tameable entity to begin with. I've made way dumber mistakes if that's the case, man. Don't blame yourself. I guess technically you blame yourself. But you don't feel bad is what I'm trying to say. So as far as this flame goes, if it's not going to be animated into anyways is what I almost said, which is just dumb, honestly. But anyways, then I think I'm going to import this texture and delete this one from here. And then I'm going to draw my own flame texture on the top here. So I'm going to paint, and actually just for the sake of ease, I'm going to move this up out of the way so that I can't see it. And just paint this one, and it will change both of them automatically. Paint. Robotic Extreme just redeemed sound alert. It was at this moment he knew. Did you guys hear that, or did it not play properly? Because I'm not hearing those sound alerts. I don't know why, but I think it's a bug on my end. Anyways. While I was searching for that tick box the whole time, and I just didn't see it like ever. Dude, fair enough, man. Yeah. I don't get you. I totally get you, dude. Sometimes it be like that, and I don't think that's stupid. You just can't find it, right? Like, you know, sometimes you just can't find things, right? I think there's ain't no shame in that. Let's see. Let's go up here, and let's try and kind of make this flame. I'm just going to give it a better outline for now. There we go. I think that's better. So let's take this dark color and let's move it up here. And then let's push this lighter color a bit higher. And then we can grab this lighter color. Grab this color. And just keep grabbing lighter and lighter colors, bringing them higher and higher. There we go. So I think that looks a little bit better, just kind of immediately out the gate. And now this is going to be the complicated part. But what we can do is we can edit this. So instead of just being one big block, it is... What happens if I paint the other side? Oh. Let me edit. This is gonna be weird, isn't it? Let me undo what I just did and do it to the other side, see if that works better. Okay. Now let me try doing that on this side and see if that works better. Yep, much better. And this should bleed through to the other side with no problems. There we go. Just like that. Perfect. Lie on lion. Gotcha. Oh, cool. Mod making. Is this your first mod? Yes, this is technically my only mod. Because I made a mod. I've been working on it for like 3 years or something like that. Maybe 4 at this point. I'm not sure. I think we're coming up on 4 years. But I kind of just made a mod. And then instead of making a new mod when I had other ideas, I just kept editing the same mod and kept adding things to it until eventually I ended up with something I call ACES MC overhaul. So I make it all through this modding site called mcreator. I know it's not like the best way to do it, but I'm not that great with Java code. I am learning it, and eventually we'll switch. But anyways, I digress. So I've kind of just gone nuts, and I've got like a ton of different types of things. I got agriculture and some nether tweaks and some storage stuff and a bunch of other stuff because I just kind of went crazy with it. So technically, yes, this is my first mod, although it's not really a fair question because it's the only mod I've ever worked on, the only mod I've ever made. So I hope that kind of summarizes what you were trying to ask. But let's move this color around. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. I like that. Okay, there we go. Let's move this shade up. No, I don't like that as much anymore. I think we can kind of expand upon the light areas in here. Yeah, let's grab some of these areas though and bring that like here. And then grab maybe one of like that color. Try and blend that a bit more. And grab one of these light slash kind of dark colors and then bring that up. And I think that is perfect for our little flame top. Perfect. All right, let's go back to the edit and grab this one and move it back down. Okay. I think that looks pretty much perfect. We just need to, I'm gonna have to change these cubes so that this can be a glowing texture and break them up. And I don't know how to describe what I'm gonna do, but it will make sense once I start doing it. And it's gonna be a decent amount of work. So hopefully it's not too hard. Lion said, yeah, I started with mCreator, used it for like a month, then moved to pure code. I'm a mod dev. Oh, that's awesome, dude. That's super cool. Yeah, you know, I mean, one day I'll move to pure code, but honestly, I am about to go back to school, and I think I'll probably try and do that after that because I'm going to school for computer science. So I'm hoping to finish up my degree next year, 2025, and then maybe in 2026, start at changing ACES MC to be a pure code mod. I know that's, you know, in the far future, but it's, you know, the tentative plans. We'll see how they change. Carmen says, great, the mushroom sword ability was done before I even started making the mushroom sword. Oh, that's cool. What's the mushroom sword's ability? Let's, So let's move this down. Okay. And then we can physically move that down here. In fact, let me add something here and rename this to Flame 1. I think this is going to make this whole process a little bit easier. We're going to drag and drop this into Flame 1, and we're actually going to delete the other one. We're going to duplicate this, move it upwards, move its texture upwards. I'm pretty sure we can afford to, there we go, like that, and then move this in one. There we go, perfect. So if you can't tell what I'm doing, I'm trying to perfectly match my blocks to my textures so that there are no open spaces in the texture, so that when I make this a glowing entity texture, it doesn't look all crazy, and instead it looks a lot better. Summoning and taming a mushroom to help you in combat. Oh, that makes sense. That's why you never said that was what the sword does. You just said that's what you've been working on. So that makes sense. That's actually really freaking cool. That's an awesome idea for like a mushroom sword. Like it summons its own, like, yeah, that's awesome. Are you gonna have it so that whenever the entity, the mushroom is trying to kill, it like automatically kills itself? Like what is it, the Meeseeks in Rick and Morty? Like as soon as their goal is accomplished, they just kill themselves and stop existing. I think that could be cool. Lion says pure code is of course a lot more complex, but can be optimized way more than mcreator will generate. Also, make it a smaller file size for people to download. Yeah, exactly. It's exactly the benefits. You also have more abilities. Like mcreator is kind of limiting in what you can do. Other stuff like that. The optimization is something that here eventually with a mod this size is I think I'm gonna hit a wall where I can't make it any better because of how poorly optimized it is. But you know, hopefully that happens later rather than sooner. But we shall see. You know, let's go up just like that, and then now we need to bring this in by 2. Perfect. Now we can duplicate that one more time, bring it up again. I think that one's gonna have to be up by 2. We can bring that up by 2, and then it's gonna have to come into the left by 1. And then into the right by 2. And then we can move this over like that. There we go. We can duplicate again and raise it up again. What is that, 3? And we're going to have to bring it down by 1. Oh, I moved it down, didn't I? I didn't want to do that. I wanted to scale it down. There we go. Perfect. Robotic Extreme, do you recommend starting with mcreator? I guess you're asking the mod dev, it seems. But personally, if you're interested in starting modding and you know little to no code, I think it's a great way to get started. If you want to learn code, if you ever want to really get far with modding, then personally I would say probably if you're not adverse to learning code, start by just learning the code and go from there. But if you're just like, hey, I just want to start modding, I don't really care to learn the code, I don't care if my mod isn't optimized, I don't care if it's, you know, etc, 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 then go for mcreator. Cryoman says, well, I wanted to make it like it despawns after a set amount of time, but that will work. I'll figure something out. Or that really work. That really work? I'm assuming you mean that really doesn't work. You could potentially spawn in a special mushroom that's not like the other mushrooms, and then when that mushroom spawns in, have it like automatically set a clock, like kind of like what I did with the integer value here. Like, if you wanted it to despawn after a certain amount of time, maybe make it so that your entity, like my Soulfire sprite, has a synced data called life counter or something, and then has a default value of, I don't know, 500. And then on every tick it decreases, and then once it hits 0, it automatically deletes itself. Yo! Lion, dude, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that, dude. That's freaking awesome. Dude, that's dope. The support is very much appreciated. Responding to Roboto, you said, I wouldn't say mcreator is a bad tool. It can help teach you the methods and steps used to make a mod, so maybe starting with it could be a good option. That's awesome. Yeah. My English right now isn't working. Funny. That's so funny. I think I'm the only native English speaker in the chat right now. Other than maybe... No, because Cryo naturally speaks German, and I know that Roboto is Portuguese. So that's crazy. I'm not even in the chat, but y'all, you know what I'm saying. That's crazy, dude. Maybe I wonder if it's like the time that I stream at or something that just always attracts foreigners. There we go. Duplicate. Bring it up again. Bring it out 2. Bring this up again. There we go. Duplicate. Bring it up again. Bring it in by 1 on both sides. And then we can bring that up and over. There we go. And then duplicate once more, I believe. Bring it up again. And then bring it in 3 over here. And 2 over here. Perfect. I'm going to collapse this. Duplicate it. Capability bone is animated. in 0 animations. Do you want to copy the keyframes over to the new? Yeah, sure. Works for me. And then what we can do is we can center that pivot point, rotate it 90 degrees. And there we go. Just like that, we have fixed our problems. Let's go ahead and save this texture. File, save project, file, save model. File, export a GeckoLib model. Save. Yes, replace it. Come in here. Come down here. Resources. I guess we can just go up here, right? Import GeckoLib model. We'll re-import this fire sprite. Re-import the animations. We'll close this. Open this up again. It's still saved as fire sprite, but now we can... Ooh, well, wait a minute. We have to come here. Resources, texture files. Delete this one. And then import an entity texture here. There we go. Now we can go up to Soulfire Sprite. Make all of these Soulfire. Sprite simple texture. Save it one more time, and hopefully that's it. Other than the drops and all of the things you can do with the drops, hopefully that is freaking it. I am excited because I'm also hungry. And I mean, I'm hungry and I want food, and I'm not gonna go get food until I'm done with this. Cryo says it's interesting. So it seems like when making the blue shroom, I use the lighter colors of diamond tools for the coloring. So whenever I'm making the shroom tools and take diamond tools as the base, I sometimes get confused with that. I already colored, but that's not a problem because there are layers. All right, yeah, I mean, I get you there. Lion says, I am a native English speaker. I'm a Brit. I'm just tired and I hate it all at times. Yeah, dude, I get that. Like, I mean, I know that if you grew up speaking English, it is immediately harder to speak any other language. And if you grew up any other language, it's immediately harder to learn English because English is just a terrible language. So, I mean, I get it, man. You're the only guy streaming Minecraft modding. If it suddenly got a popularity boost, you'd pretty much have a monopoly on that. Dude, hey, I'm gonna have to popularize this then. How can I popularize modding? Maybe I can make a bunch of YouTube shorts. I'll tell you what. I survived modding for 100 days. That'd probably pop off on Minecraft YouTube. 100 days, 100 days. Why measure things in days? I've never understood that, right? Like, it used to be we set projects, and it was like once that project was completed, that's when you put the video up, right? But now it's just like a set time frame, right? So I think maybe it's because of the mystery, like, oh, what did you do in those 100 days? You know what I mean? But I don't know. Also pretty sure I'm dyslexic. Yeah, that'll do it. I know a lot of people who are dyslexic, man, so don't even trip about it. My brother actually is dysgraphic, which is not as well known as dyslexic, but it's when he's writing, he tends to like write the wrong letters and mix up his writing. Not when he's reading. Although because he can't write, his reading isn't the best. And a lot of studies show that usually if you are dyslexic, you are also dysgraphic. And if you are dysgraphic, you have a good chance of being dyslexic, although it's not like as common as the other way around. But I got another buddy who is dyslexic, and he is also dysgraphic, and I think he's also a little autistic, although he's never been tested. So, and I'm not, he agrees with me on that one. I'm not, being rude or anything like that, or at least I'm not trying to be rude. I'm sorry if people are offended, but anyways, let's just test our Soulfire Sprite and stop talking about it. All right, moment of truth time. Here we go. Spawn this guy in. Okay. Well. I mean, I know what's causing this issue, and it doesn't seem like too hard of a fix, where only one side is glowing. But my concern
is I don't know if I want him to glow this much. Let's take him into the nether and see how he looks against other Soulfire Flames. Hello, Hellhound. So we need to find a Soul Sand Valley. Oh. There we go. Yeah. So it's dark though. Like, I feel like he's almost too bright. Like we need a middle ground or something. Rabata says English isn't actually that difficult comparing with Portuguese, but I mean, I think I'm dyslexic too. I don't even know how to write in Portuguese, so in English, I just give up on some words. Cryo says, how do I check for the synced data in a script? You mean like a procedure? Because, let me think. I did it... Where did I do it? Right here? Yeah. It's this. For custom entity type get integer data parameter. That's what you're looking for. I think that's what you're talking about when you say script. Although, if you're talking about something else, let me know. This is a lot bigger than any of the mods I make, XD. Yeah, I mean, it's just like, I do this stuff like every day. I just recently hit 50 subs on YouTube. And as a reward, I was like, let's add 50 things to my mod. So this update is going to add 50 new things. Right now, we're at 20 new things. I've got a whole list right here of new ideas. And I just keep adding stuff, man. This is pretty much my day-to-day because I got a lot of free time. So let's see. Soulfire Sprite. It is struck by lightning. Okay, yeah. Okay. Well, I'm not sold on this. I think we need to, like, find middle ground between these two. Nah, you know what? Honestly, I think if I just retexture the top flames to be the same color patterns as the main body, I think we're on it. Yeah, I think we're on it. All right, let me just test that the call it. Let me just test that the lightning procedure is still working properly. So we'll put this guy in here, just like this, and then do slash summon, nope, lightning bolt. It is much better. It's not nearly as many as before, but it looks like I might want to create more, right? So let me make a sword real quick so I'm not duplicating on top of duplicating. Yeah, get him. Oh, wow. That's a lot. All right, let me check this procedure. Let me set this to something like 1,000. And see if that changes anything, and see if this like is working. This is definitely working as far as this goes. Oh, my little Jasper boy. Come here, kitty. Caught him. Oh, here he is. My kitten. Oh, he hates it. He hates it. You don't like being on stream, buddy? The viewers love you. The viewers love you. Oh, no. Oh, no. I'm gonna hold you. Look at him. Look how cute he is. My will. Okay, fine. I love you, buddy. Alrighty. He probably wants me to play with him, so he's not having it. 131 subs now. Crazy. Dude, isn't it crazy? We hit 50 subs in October, dude. We're like almost triple that now. It blows my mind. How do I check the thing? Oh, you already asked that. You already asked that. Kind of liked, but because of the biome darkness, yeah. Yeah. Oh, right. I forgot. It's basically glorified Scratch. Yes. Yeah. Pretty much. It is. It's just glorified Scratch coding. Yeah. Um, cat. Yeah. My cat. I love him so much. The extinguishing effect on death is cool. Oh, dude, I love that effect. Actually, I think it's so cool. Why the thunder if it will only be on the nether? Oh, I don't know. I just think like it's made of fire, right? So if fire gets struck by lightning, I don't know. I just think it's kind of cool to have it duplicate itself, right? And it gives you the ability, like if you trap one and pull it out of the nether and then trap it by a lightning rod, you can like create like a soulfire flame farm out of that. And maybe that's efficient, maybe it's worth it, maybe it's not worth it. You know, maybe it's a slower way to do it. I don't know. I just think it's an interesting idea. It's a unique mechanic that we haven't seen before. So, anyways, Lion says my mods are more for a vanilla plus experience. Gotcha. Adding some new items slash block tags, making things more customizable. I get you. I got a couple of vanilla plus style things in this mod, such as I tweaked a lot of the default vanilla crafting recipes because they just like they're ridiculous. Like the buttons, instead of making one button from planks, I have it so that you make 9 buttons per plank, because I mean even that is like ridiculously low for how many buttons you should get if you took an entire block and broke it down into buttons. And then the fence gate gives you 2 instead of 1, because that makes more sense. The pressure plate gives you 4 instead of 1, because that makes more sense. The trapdoor gives you 6. Actually, think about this, right? The trapdoor and the door both require 6 wood in this pattern. The only difference is instead of here, for the door, you put it up here. But you get 3 doors and 2 trapdoors. How did that make any sense? It's the same amount of wood. You're saying that trapdoors have more wood in them than doors do. It makes no freaking sense. So I doubled it. You get 6 trapdoors per recipe now, and now it actually makes sense. This recipe is explicitly, like, actively makes me angry when I play the game, because it's so bad. It is so unbearably bad. But other than that, I also have it so, like, I think sticks, you make, like, 16 at a time or something like that, because that also just makes more sense. Like, sticks are so common nowadays, like, you just, like, I don't know. So, the only tricky thing, yeah, 16 at a time. The only tricky thing is, like, the burn time of 2 logs versus the burn time of 16 sticks. I gotta make sure that that's relatively the same. Otherwise, I could create, like, weird glitches and other crazy stuff like that. So Carmen says warrior shroomy added to indicate it has a red hat instead of a blue one. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, it's got a whole different hat and it spawns in. That's cute. I like that. Lion says, oh, one feature in that mod though that I have been working on is a data driven system to replace blocks and structures with another block. Interesting. That could be cool. See, that's all type of stuff that we can't do with Creator because it like involves messing with vanilla Minecraft too much. Stuff that I would actually be like really interested in. All right, yeah, okay. We saved this. Hopefully that works. How many entities did we get in here after one direct lightning strike? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, I'm getting a better sword. I'm tired of smacking these guys so much. There we go. Alright, save and quit. And then relaunch, test it again. Alrighty. Lion says, yeah, I use it to replace chests and structures with my variant chest mods. Oh, that's cool. Do you have like spruce chests and oak chests and like all the different like types of wood for chests? Because that's cool. That was something I considered about for this mod, but was like, I mean, first off, it's near impossible. I don't have any way to replace the default chest, so I do have other types of like storage items that are like based, like spruce cabinets here. That's the front of the spruce cabinets. Spruce drawers right here. I think I've got some other things. Yeah, but I don't know. Acacia is all up here. All right. Third time's the charm. Let's test it again. And it's just as many as before, isn't it? Oh, because I know exactly what's happening. Because it's duplicating itself, spawning another one, and then that one is duplicating itself, spawning another one, and then that one is duplicating itself, like, just over and over and over again. So what we need to do... How do we do that? I think I figured it out. Okay. I got an idea. All right, so what we can do here is we can go to the Nether, go to Biomes, go to Soul Sand Valley, Soulfire Sprite, come into here, sync data. Let's set this as a default value of 100. There we go. And now when that second one is spawned in, it shouldn't automatically duplicate itself. Yeah, chest for each wood type. Almost 900,000 downloads from CurseForge and Modrinth combined. Dude, that's freaking awesome. I think I'm just coming up on 1,000 on MCreator and CurseForge combined. So that's freaking dope, dude. Robotic Extreme says someday you should start a series playing your mod with us. I would play it. Interesting. I don't know if you're talking to me or Lion. I do have a series where I play my mod. I haven't uploaded it in a long time because I used to release an update and then release a video and then release an update and then release a video and playing on each of the updates. But at this point, like, this update is so big, it's kind of gotten pushed to the back, that series, but it's still going to be released. I am not done with it. I am going to keep working on it. Does it have a guidebook? I'm assuming you're talking to Lion on this one, but if you're talking to me, it doesn't yet, but I am planning on adding several guidebooks for all the different areas of my mod that kind of walk you through the stuff, help you figuring out how it works, and etc., because while I will probably make a wiki one day, I don't want the player to be forced to use a wiki. I want anything that would be on the wiki or anything that player might need to be pretty much like learnable through in-game means if they want to. Crowman says, combined, I got like 40, and I think 50 at most. Hey, dude, no worries, man. Like I said, I posted this mod months ago, and I've been promoting it on YouTube and Twitch relentlessly since then, so don't feel bad, bro. Lion said, total combined downloads on all my mods, I have about 2.5 million. Dude, that's nuts. Rabata's confirmed he was talking to me. All right, well, then I gave you the answer anyways. Perfect. All right, so... thinking in the brain. Did I just launch this? Well, I'm going to close it and I'm going to launch it again because I can't remember whether I just launched it or whether I still needed to close it. But I think we're going to fix our problem of the duplicated sprites. And I think we can go in MCreator, go to resources, Soulfire Flame Simple. And we're going to do what we were doing earlier, but we're going to do it in reverse. So we're going to come in here and color pick the darkest color. Bucket fill down to 1, fill globally. Right there. Now we're going to color pick the next darkest color, which I think is here. Yeah, let's go with there. And now we're going to color swap the next darkest color, which seems to be here. Let's test while this is launched. Woo! No viewers on YouTube today. We got one pretty early on, but none so far. Probably because most people probably at school when I started. Probably just getting off, at least for now. Let's go here, / summon lightning bolt. That missed. There we go. Check that out. Now it's working properly. And if we do it again on both of these guys, it'll be 4, right? Well, it looks like it missed the other one. Perfect. That's cool. That's exactly what I was wanting. Perfect. Now all we have to do is finish up those texture tweaks, and I'd say we're good to go. Robata says, I really need to play new mod packs. All mods feel the same now. Interesting. Maybe not try it. I don't know. I mean, look. I don't know if it's actually something that interests you, but maybe you don't need to play new mod packs. Maybe you need to play old mod packs. Old mod packs that are so old, they've been around the block. They are like old versions of Minecraft, 1.12 or older. And then maybe it'll feel new, right? Because then you're like exploring not only a new mod, but like kind of a whole new game, right? I don't know. Just a thought. Okay, so what is the next lightest shade? Let's go with that one. And then we can color swap that with this. No. Well, hang on. I've just undone everything I did, didn't I? Let's do this first and foremost again. And then we can do that there. And then we can do... Actually, with this one, let's just make it a little bit lighter ourselves. And then we can bucket there. Okay, that works for me. And now we can color pick that one. Let's see. So anyone got any ideas for the mushroom pickaxe ability? Well, other than potentially dropping more loot for, like, well, I guess that wouldn't necessarily make sense, right? Because you want it to mine anything you're mining, right? A mushroom pickaxe. I could potentially see it having, like, silk touch just naturally. Like, you don't have to put silk touch on it. But the only problem with that is then maybe putting fortune on it could have really weird mechanics. Like, maybe that would be weird and not work right. I don't know. Lion says, what I like to do with my textures is making a color palette line for each color. Yeah, I absolutely should do that. I've done that in the past. But I probably should do that, honestly. Pick each one and color palette line it. You're absolutely right. That would be easier and take all the like guesswork away of like, oh, this one's dark. Oh, and then go to this one. Oh, and then we'll do this one next. Like, so that can be there. And then we'll go like that. There we go. And then we can color pick, I believe, what was it? This one that I just did custom? Yeah. And then we can go to here. Yeah. And then we can go... Let's manually make this one lighter again. There. And then we can go here. And then, here, I suppose. Well, you know what? Let's make it manually lighter again. Let's just keep doing it that way. Then we can go here. Oh, oops, not there. I think it's going to be here. Yeah. Then I think we can go manually lighter one more time. And then we can go here. Ooh, I'll tell you what. Let's make that one here and make that manually darker. There we go. Now let's make this a little bit lighter again. Cool, cool. Let's try something like this now. See how light that gets. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'd say this is a great color line. Alrighty. Playing... Oh, you playing Stoneblock right now? Alright. Krama says, okay, it's just because it kind of needs an ability to be worth getting, but I have no ideas for any either. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Like, I get you there. I get you there. Lion says, I haven't actually done much mod coding recently. What I'm currently working on is an app to make it easier to upload mods to both Modrinth and CurseForge at the same time. It's built with something called Tori, which is a website as the front end, and Rust as the back end. One of the hardest languages to learn ever. Oh, that's brutal, dude. Rabata says, fungus spreads really fast. What about adding mending to it? That could be cool, or possibly, like, whenever you use it, it has a chance of repairing itself. So, then it's not quite like mending where it's XP. Or maybe you could have it so that if you eat food and you still have it in your main hand, like, or in your offhand, like, it will, like, somehow heal it. I don't know, but I think, like, having it heal itself in some way is a cool idea. A slow mending, yeah, like an automatic, like, I don't know if you remember I think it was Tinker's Construct back in the day, had like a mossy ability for their tools, and it would just make it so that over time it would naturally regain the health. I think that could work really cool. Cryo says, what about, well, but then I'd have to do that for all mushroom tools, but there are already abilities for some of the other mushroom tools, else it would be a good idea. Fair enough, yeah. Rust is stupid fast, and it would be useful to learn. Fair enough. I mean, personally, I'm nowhere near the point where I would need to learn something like that. But that's good. I mean, put in that work, and more work you put in, more work you're willing to put in to learn stuff like that, the more beneficial it is, right? If you don't put it in now, you might regret it later. Put in the work, that is. And then let's do 5. And then 6. Seven. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And 8. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 10. Gotcha. So that's 11. That's 12. That is 13. And 14. Dang, honestly, I just and honestly, I don't think the rest of this is going to matter at all because it's all kind of hidden. So I'm just going to come in here to the pixel tool and draw it all in pixel by pixel. Except for this, you know what? Well, yeah, I'm going to try and give this corner a little bit more of a texture. Just in case it's visible. There we go. I think this will look fine. We can then erase this, and we can erase our pixel, our color line down here. Let's go ahead and save this texture. Close that. That should fix our top part texture, except for one small thing. So what we want to do now is we want to take this, and we want to export this texture. So we're going to export it as Soul Fire Sprite Texture Simple. Yes, cool. And I'm actually going to go ahead and delete this from the mod files, but keep it on my computer files. Dang, okay. Rabata says, I liked the food idea. Oh, like if you can eat a food, it would like have a chance of repairing it or something. Gotcha. That could work. Okay, so how many ticks should it repair itself? I don't know. I think it would be cool if it could adjust based on how healthy that food was. Like how much, like if you eat an apple, it doesn't repair as much as if you eat steak, but that could be a lot of coding on your end. So I don't know if that's worth it. Maybe have like, 50% chance it heals 1, a 30% chance it heals 2, and a 15% chance it heals 3, and then like a 5% chance it heals 4, or something like that could be cool as well, but I don't know. Lion says, also ever thought of having separate pixel art software? At ACE Sprite is really good. Been using it since I started modding. It's $20, but you can build it from its source code for free. Interesting. Lately, I'm just using PHP and JS. If I'm not using MCreator, I'm usually using a site called Pixlr because it's like $2 a month. I use it for all my thumbnails on YouTube and a bunch of other stuff. So I think it works just fine. Anything that MCreator can't do, it can, at least from what I found. So it works just fine. I've also considered GIMP, but GIMP is a little bit more abstract and has more features and stuff that I just simply don't need. So I'm really with the hype to learn how to make a mod. Hey, bro, keep it posted to my YouTube page. Keep watching my Twitch streams, and I'm always down here to help you if you have questions. And if you follow me on YouTube, I post tutorials every Monday on how to make things in MCreator. So if you have anything you want to see, let me know. It's just that when I reach the weekend, I don't have the will to do it. Fair enough, man. I totally get it. It's all about that drive, right? If you're inspired to make a mod, then you'll have the drive to do it, right? So. And Lion says, someone is making Minecraft server software similar to Paper, but in Rust, and it's 100 times faster? Dang. That could be nuts. Yeah. These bots, bro. Call him out, Cryo. Tell him. You tell him, boy. You tell him. All right, so we're gonna come in here. No, let's go here. Let's open an image, and let's open the simple. Now it's gonna be a little silly, but I'm gonna go ahead and just clip this. Copy, paste, size it down. Use our magic mask to go ahead and get rid of all the background there. Go back to image. And it is going to be just a tiny bit bigger than what it should be because I didn't grab it perfectly. Oh, goodness. Oh, it's not. Maybe it won't. This could be a problem. Yeah, because it's all scaled weird. I'll tell you what I can do. I can drop this in here again, add current, and now it's all weird. But if I come here with the eraser, where's the eraser tool? Here. And just erase all of this. There we go. I can then move this texture over here. And then let me erase that tiny little bit right there. There we go. And just like that, we now have 2 of those little soulfire flames. Ooh, except I'm probably going to have to reverse this, aren't I? Let's see. Can I flip this layer? Gotcha. There we go. And just like that, that should be perfect, I think. Let's go ahead and file save. There we go. And then we can delete this. Yes. Import texture, entity texture. Where is it? There it is. Right there. Boom. Open. Save. Close. Come over here. Open just to double check. Yep, that's still working. Save. And then for the moment of truth, launch it. This very well could be our final test of the stream. Coming up on 4 hours, which is, believe it or not, actually a short stream for me. Usually I stream at least 5 hours, maybe 6. So who knows? Actually report. Dude, you reported them. Look at you, dude. Wow. Yeah, I never care to report them, but look at you. I guess I support it, right? Like personally, I don't care for the bots. I don't think it's a problem, but that's just because I'm a small streamer. It doesn't cause me problems. So Lion says this is where a sprite would be perfect XD. Yeah, probably. I'll look into it, especially if you said it's like just a $20 flat fee, because I mean, within a year I've saved money, and I use Pixlr all the time, so I'll look into it. And if it's, you know, just flat $20 fee, I might switch. So it's also a process I didn't miss in mCreator. With pure code, you don't have to re-import everything with a change. Yeah, that's nice. It's not horrible, but you know, sometimes it does get really annoying, especially like, and I'm assuming like, so for example, I have corners on my mod and it's ridiculous. Right here they are. This is the corner model, but because it's mCreator, I have to implement every single texture for it individually. So these are all of the corners that I have added to my mod and all the various corner textures. And I have to implement all these. But if I was ever to change this corner model, I would have to re-implement every single one of these textures, and I would probably just cry and quit and stop making the mod. Because that's a pain, and I would absolutely hate that. And I'm assuming that's not something you have to do with pure code, so... Oh. What was me? Okay, here we go. Launching this. All right. Hey, buddy. My cat is sitting just over here under my printer. Look at him. Look at him. He says, hi. Let me outside, please. I want outside. Oh, he's so cute. I love that guy so much. All right. Soulfire Sprite. No! This is weird. Oh, okay, I know what's happening. I see what's happening here. Well, first off, now all the textures are... Alright. Yeah, I need to move these things over, don't I? Because if I click on this, yeah, it's an immediate. Okay. Exclamation point Discord, broken command. Oh, yeah, I think I accidentally deleted that. I think I probably deleted that Discord server because I made it way back in the day. So it probably doesn't work. I have a lot of stuff that I need to fix on Twitch, but the chat is... Oh, wait, that flips my... Hang on. I'm pointing... And if I go back, it flips my camera around. That's weird. Anyways, the chat is supposed to be showing up right here. That's why it says buzz, but it's just not. I have a lot of things I need to fix, and I'm kind of lazy. I'll get to it eventually, I promise, and I'll try to get to it sooner rather than later. Anywho, and I'll take Discord out of the commands list, so that people aren't trying to do it and it's just not working. What's gonna be the easiest way to do this? Well, let's go here first and just do that. That should help. And then in terms of this, we can move it a little bit. There we go. So this should be negative 3.85, huh? Oh! Yeah. Honestly, I'd like to move it. Love you too, Mom. Alrighty. Just realized I have that same mic. Yeah, the HyperX Quadcast, whatever. It's a very popular mic. I've seen lots of streamers that have this same one. It's like $180 too. It's ridiculous. But my sound quality sounds great. I had a crappy mic before, and the sound quality was just so bad. Anyways, Extreme says, I just think the font size is too small to watch. What font size? Especially with the opened chat? Oh, you're talking about like over there on the side of the screen? Or are you talking about like with chat open? Or are you talking about with the screen? Yeah, I get that. I know a lot of people nowadays, they don't have like all the fancy borders and crap on their stream. They just stream the big thing. But I spent lots of time making this border, and I think it's very cool. So we're gonna keep it. I mean, I say I had help. That's what the at over there on the side. I'm so bad at like pointing to things on stream. Over in the top corner up there where the Instagram handle is. That's my sister. She helped me make it. So you got it for like $100? Nice. That's awesome. That is a fantastic deal. Yeah. You can't get the repair time working? Dang. That sucks, dude. What's I mean, I'd love to help, but I have no idea what your code even looks like, so I couldn't even tell you what's going wrong. It is cool. Thank you. I appreciate it. I will see if I can't make it so that the center TV part is bigger, and I'll try and make the other stuff a bit smaller. It's also, I don't know if you can tell, but it's misscaled. So like my hotbar, my taskbar down at the bottom. Ooh, I can, if I move the monitor, the thing down here, you'll see my taskbar appears now. But if I move it up, like it's intentionally scaled to cut off my taskbar and to cut off like the top parts of the screens, just in case I have like websites open and other stuff like that. But thinner would be cool. Yeah, probably would. We'll shoot. I mean, I'll keep it in mind, but I mean, I've got a lot of stuff to fix already, dude. So, what is going on here? Okay, yeah. So that's the back sides of these. Okay, I see what's happening. Let me go into Paint one more time. If I color pick this and put it here. Okay, yeah, that's weird. That's not doing anything. All right, let's go ahead and save this. And then we have to file, save project, file, export, GeckoLib model, save, yes. Come back into here, re-import, import GeckoLib model, Soulfire sprite animation. And then we're gonna have to go on the internet again and tweak this texture a little bit, huh? So I think, can I cut this, like crop it down maybe? No. Well, no, it's not what I'm looking for. All right. Okay, this is going to be super obnoxious, but I think it's our only option, at least with the resources we have available to us. And that's going to be to color pick and move all of this stuff over just by a little bit. So we can color pick something like this, then go to the brush, make sure that our brush size is only 1, and then go there. And then we can, gosh, this sucks. Color pick here, brush here. That's the same color as that, so I'm just going to go ahead and do that. And then we can color pick here, and then I can brush here. And then I'm going to color pick here, and then brush here. Here. And see, and then we color pick this one, brush that there. It is cool, but thinner would be cool. Yeah, okay, I already read that. Well, I guess I will have some some beers. Good night to you all. I see the rest of the stream later. Hey, no problem. I'm planning on wrapping up as soon as we get this texture and everything working. So have a great rest of your night, man. Thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate it. And make sure you tune in tomorrow. We'll be streaming something. It might not be modding, but it'll be something. So make sure you check it out. Let's go here and then move it here. And then, oh goodness, here. This is going to get like so. It's already actually incredibly obnoxious. And then we can go. That's here, draw that on there, color pick one last time here and draw it on there, color pick here, draw it on there, color pick here and draw it on there. Can now eraser, change that eraser size to 1 and the softness to 0. And we can erase this. Color pick here, move it here. 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 Oh, whoopsie. There we go. Now we can move it, and now we can erase that line. 3 more lines to go. Lion says, I'm definitely going to try and join tomorrow. Dude, that's what I like to hear. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. If you can't make it, no worries. I totally get it. So, you know, don't bend your schedule around and whatnot, but I really appreciate the support, dude. Let's go here. Keep moving it. Keep moving it. And if you have any ideas, let me know, man. We've got I keep a change log, of course, with every change. So in the change log, if I can find it real quick, let me open the change log. Here it is. In the change log, whenever I get ideas, I try to give idea credits to people. So you can see Roboto right there has given me, he actually had an idea last stream that got added. And Mining Blue Taco, who is a viewer who usually tunes in on YouTube, gave me the idea for tacos, of course, or at least he asked if I could add tacos. And of course, I was like, yeah, sure, why not? So yeah, if you have any ideas, I will, of course, give you credit for them in the change logs and everything like that. So how far did we get? Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. That seems right. Yeah, I think we figured it out. Then we can go here, put that there. We can go here, put that there. And then we can erase. Then we go here, put that there. Here, put that there. Here, there. That looks like the next 3, huh? And then we can go here, put that there, and then we can go here and put that there. And then all we have to do is erase these 2 and do the last layer, and then we should have this texture good to go. So I can't make something a fuel and compostable at the same time? I'm pretty sure you can, right? I mean, I don't know why you couldn't, right? Lion says tomorrow should be an empty day for me. Dude, that's what's up. I love empty days. Cryoman says, welp, I was just stupid again. By the way, you plan on doing mod reviews again tomorrow? I'm kind of hoping not, because my mod isn't really ready for update yet. No, I was not planning on doing mod reviews again. I don't have any plans to do mod reviews again, actually, as of right now. Although, you know, if someone had a mod and wanted me to check it out and I had some time, I would totally be open to it. But I don't have any plans to, so yeah, you don't have to worry about that, buddy. But whenever you get a new update released, I mean, feel free to let me know and I'll see if I can check it out. Let's see, we'll go here, we'll go here, and then we can bring this over to here, and then we can bring this over to here. And then we bring this last one over to here, and then we erase. And just like that, we fix the texture. Hopefully. Let's file, save, save as. Oh, wait a minute. I think I overwrote that save. Yes, I did. Or I didn't. Yeah, I saved it wrong. I need to delete. I want to export and file save as again. Save as, and then I need to get rid of that. Save, yes. Perfect. Come into here, resources, texture files, delete, yes. Import, entity texture, boom, there. Open our fire sprite, make sure everything is working, save it again, exit, Save and quit. Launch the game to test. All right. This might be the final test. I know I said that 10 minutes ago and then 10 minutes before that, but we'll see. We shall see for sure. Carmen says, great, a lot of time for progress, but would be nice if you could like play test it every once in a while, could make it a channel point reward. That could be cool. I think I'll do that actually. I think I'll definitely do that. Make a channel point redeem for like whenever you want me to play test your mod. That's a good idea, man. Thank you so much. All right. Just waiting on this thing to load. Look at all these procedures that this thing ended up getting. That's ridiculous. 6 whole procedures, man. Also, I don't think we ever tested this one to verify if it was working, but we can test that pretty easily. Ooh, need to lift up my blanket on the back of my chair. All right. Oh man, moment of truth time, huh? If I look at this though, like now it looks normal, right? Looks totally normal. I think we've perfected it. I love this thing. I think it's so cute. I think this thing is so freaking cute. I love this. Crime says, but please make it kind of reasonable, like 5 to 10K maybe. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be in the thousands, but I'll try to make it something reasonable. 5 to 10K sounds pretty good. I think it's really just going to be about like how often it can be redeemed, and if I do like a full review or something like that. We'll see. We'll absolutely see. Honestly, I will try sometime before Thanksgiving, so within the next week or so, I will try to get my chat working again, get my my exclamation point commands and all that stuff working again, get all my channel points and redeems and stuff like making sense, because I used to stream a long time ago, and I mean a long time, it's like 2 or 3 years ago, and that's when I had all this stuff set up, so I just haven't touched it since. So I will try and double check it all within the next week sometime and get it all working again, because I'm not planning on stopping the stream anytime soon. Well, I'm not planning on stopping streaming. This stream is going to be ending any second, as I keep saying. Yes! Ooh. Yeah, okay, so you do see like this weird edge, which I thought would be the case. Oh, and there's 1 pixel missing. Yeah, I think that edge is okay though. It kind of looks like fire, and well, just it's the best we can do. Like, otherwise, like all the particles are gonna be like constantly like weird. But I can actually fix that super easy. There's only 1 particle that's missing, or 1 pixel that's in the wrong spot or not right. All right, and that is, let's see, 1, 2, 3 layers down. So 1, 2, 3 layers down. This one right here. Let's see. 1, 2, 1, 2. Right? And then 1. Dun, dun. Gotcha. Okay. So I see my mistake. This needs to come out by 1. This needs to come out by 1. And then this color needs to be dropped in right there. Now I can save this texture, and that's definitely going to be working as expected. Let's verify. Oh, that is so cool. I love the like way he just like explodes when you kill him. It's looking great. Thank you. I really think so too. Could probably help with the entity model. If you're open to it, I wouldn't be opposed to sending it to you. But like, I have no way of like fixing that seam. Like, I have no idea how I could possibly fix that. If I bring them together and close that seam, all of a sudden you're going to have clashing between the 2 textures on the front and the back, so there has to be some sort of distance there. I suppose I could make it super, super small, perhaps even smaller than it is right now, but I don't know. I think we leave it for today, at least for now. I think that this is it's good, right? But that is kind of ridiculous, right? I feel like I should be hitting it there. So I'm actually going to go real quick. Save this texture, close, come into the model, and increase that by 1, increase that by 1, and we'll increase that by 1, and then save it. All right. So, just like that, we now have our fire sprite. So let's close this down, close this down, close this down, go into our changelog here, and do, let's see, I guess I'll put it down here. We can do dash soul fire sprite, and that's going to be a new it's going to be an entity which spawns in the soul sand valley, and sets entities it attacks on fire. And we can put hostile entity up here as well. Attacks on fire. 1, 2, 3. Duplicates when struck by lightning. And I think that's all that we have right now, right? Duplicates when struck by lightning. I think that's all we have right now. I'm trying to think just in case we have anything else to add. But I'm pretty sure as far as the mechanics goes, that's really the only thing worth mentioning. Like the rest of the particle effects and stuff like that, that's all just like a you know, quality of life, like thing like that. So I like that. I think that that is good. Our attack animation is probably still not that great, which is unfortunate, but what can you do? Lion says, yeah, I have a few ideas. Awesome. That can't wait to hear, man. Cryo says, that's like all you did today. That's crazy, but it looks better than most of the stuff I made, so I guess time well spent. Dude, yeah. Yeah. Not yeah. Your stuff looks great, dude. That's not what I meant. What I meant was you can spend literal hours. Yes, I've spent 4 hours just doing this. This is the only thing I've done. All 4 hours have been dedicated to this. But look how freaking cool it is, right? Like, I think it's so cool. And it kind of puts into perspective how much, like, work I put into, like... Let me put this in perspective. This is JEI, right? I tabbed to the end of JEI. And where is the end of the vanilla textures, the vanilla items, right? Probably after all the potions and all that stuff, right? Pottery shards, enchanted books, boom. So 23 pages on the default JEI screen, right? But with my mod, immediately after water and lava, you have 24 more pages. I've literally doubled the amount of things in the game. So yeah, I've spent thousands of hours in this mod trying to develop stuff. So yeah, it's a bit ridiculous. It's a bit ridiculous. But anyways, did we? Oh yeah, I wanna do this. Yeah, I hate the fact that that plays after. Like, if that played when he attacked me, how cool would that be, right? Like, he's like jumping up to hit me. I like this. I really like that. I think I have to change his attack animation because it plays after, not before. But I don't know what I'm gonna do for it, but whatever. Cryer says, for me on GUI scale 3, I have 13 pages and added like almost 1 page of content so far. Dang. That's not bad, dude. I don't know what my GUI scale is, honestly. I have no idea. This actually looks really cool. Anyways, that is it for now, right? It doesn't do anything else special, but so we now have that Soulfire sprite all added, which is pretty freaking awesome. So I can erase the Soulfire sprite off of my to-do list here, and we can tab up the number of additions for this update from 20 to 21. We've only got 34 more things to add for this version of the mod, and after we've added the next 34 things, we are ready to release. And my goal is to have this release or this update ready before the end of the year. So by 2025, hopefully we've added a whole 34 more things, and we are ready to release the mod. Or release this update, I should say. So that would be absolutely awesome. You can see we've already added like a ridiculous amount. I think more than any other release has ever had. We've also done a decent amount of changes. So anyways, that's going to do it for today. Like I said, I will definitely be streaming at some time tomorrow. Probably the same time frame. I might stream for an extra hour at the end, and I might start an extra hour early, maybe 2 hours early. It's all going to be a play it by ear type of thing. Requirement says by 2025, my plan is to upload the 0.3 version. So what version are you in right now? Oh, okay, Lion. Thoughts on the Minecraft movie? Yes, actually, if you really want like my first impression of the Minecraft movie, I put on my YouTube page a Minecraft Live 2024 review, or reaction, I guess is more accurate. I didn't really review it, I just reacted to it. And in that is the first Minecraft trailer, or the behind the scenes Minecraft trailer, and I talk about the behind the scenes for the Minecraft in that video. So if you want my initial reaction, watch that video. You can skip to the part where I'm talking about the movie specifically if you want. I wouldn't be offended. But anyways, but right now I've got high hopes. I think it's going to be pretty good. I'm excited to see it, but I'm also like a huge fan of the Lego Batman movie. I'm a huge fan of Batman first and foremost, but I'm also a fan of the Lego Batman movie because I just like the childish humor. I think the opening scene where Batman's like singing and kicking and fighting, I think that scene's really dumb. But apart from that scene, I love the movie. I think it's spectacular, and I think the Minecraft movie is going to be very similar, where it's definitely childish, and there are some scenes that are like, okay, this is kind of cheesy. But I think all in all, I think the humor is just going to land for me. I think it's going to be really funny, and I think it's going to be nostalgic and relatable, and I think it's going to be great, personally. I can see why some people wouldn't like it because it is definitely childish and probably going to be a little cringy and a little cheesy, but I've got high hopes. So, Cryo says, you're in 0.111 current version. But the last .1 is because of the seed pouch change, and it wasn't enough for me to make a 0.1.2. Gotcha. A YouTuber from Germany is going to release a movie in 2027, like in cinemas. Oh, that's cool. I'll 100% go. I mean, dude, yeah, definitely. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I think my mod, is in version 1.0.7 right now. Because, the first version is 1.0.0. Yes, 1.0.0. So once I get most of the bugs fixed, all of the other things, etc., I will probably release 1.1 whenever I feel like I have like a really good sizable release. And then from there, I'll start doing individual releases, but I probably won't do 2.0 until I change from MCreator to raw from scratch coding. When I do that, I'll probably switch to version 2.0. I might change the release as well, but I don't know. Anyways, that's gonna do it for today. I also just realized that I'm like highlighting stuff on my changelog, and you can't even see it. But anywho, that's all gonna do it today. Thank you so much for all the people who tuned in over on Twitch. We got Lion and Cryoman, Lion's first stream. That's awesome. And Robotic Extreme coming back. That's just so dope. And then we got 3 viewers over on YouTube, but I guess y'all shy, didn't want to chat or anything like that. 2 of them recently too. So I appreciate you all as well. Thank you so much. Oh, Cryo's got one more chat. Let's read it. Your mod, is more of an alpha, hence the O.1, but the next update will probably be more like an O.1.5. That's cool. Gotcha, man. Yeah, my alpha version of the mod was before I officially released it to the public. I have some alpha versions that are saved only to my computer, and I distributed them strictly amongst my friends, and I put it into the beta version when I released it. But, you know, it doesn't really matter. It's all just a matter of opinion. So make sure you tune in tomorrow at roughly the same time, or of course you can always follow and you'll get that notification when I'm live. So without further ado, I appreciate everyone who stopped by today. It really means a lot. PP, I didn't get the alpha version. Kind of lame. Yeah, it's because you don't play Java Minecraft, PP. You don't have Java Minecraft, so why would I send it to you? Actually, we did play Java Minecraft the other day, didn't we? It looks bad. Anyways, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream before you have a chance to point that out. Everyone, take care. Love you all.